So, yes, let's get welcome, and we will now be continuing where we left off. So, without further ado, alright, yeah, and we're playing as Keiichi, and we, perspective Keiichi for right now. Apparently we switched to that, and yeah, okay. That's right, we were elected to to help on organizing an auction for the Watanagashi. So, the items donated for the auction were gathered at the Furude Shrine. There's so much stuff here. I expected to see towels and old furniture. There are way more things than that. I even see TVs and refrigerators. These are pretty new, too. Impressed, huh? We got donations from the stores my family owns. Some of them were display products or leftovers they can't sell, but they're still practically brand new. If you don't mind something a model behind, they're incredible, right? Seeing how sun-bleached the brand new sticker on these appliances are makes me feel kind of sorry for them. No, Satoko, that's actually a big selling point. Even if it's a little faded, people feel better using brand new tools than they do items someone else used. Meep. Meep. Youngsters these days sure are picky. Haha. I don't really care whether it's new or not. All I care is about the price. Reina-san, you seem interested in furniture. Are you thinking about living on your own or something? Oh no. My dad and I are just talking about redecorating the house. Brand new furniture is expensive, so I've been checking out these recycled ones. You're changing the furniture? That's quite a big deal. Yup. My dad finally found a job recently. So we kind of want to make a fresh start out of it. Your father found a new job? Rika-chan asked her. I was thinking the same thing. That means Rita's father was unemployed until recently? Does that mean Rika knows? Well, yeah, sure Rika would know about the family situation with Rika, so that's maybe a good thing. It's what she's... Because I don't think she was expecting that. Yeah, he didn't work for a whole year after he broke up with my mom. I was so upset. I was always telling him to go get a job already. Ren explained that with her usual smile, so it took me a moment to realize how serious it was. If what she said was true, her parents were divorced. She wasn't living in a very good family environment. Reina talked about it like it was nothing. Your mother and father broke up? Yup. They got divorced in Ibaraki. That's why my dad and I came back to Himizawa. My dad couldn't get over the divorce for a long time, though. He's always just sleeping or daydreaming. Divorces and breakups always wound deeper the more they love their partner. It's not really a bad thing that your father was hurt so much. Ha! That's a romantic way to put it. Anyway, I eventually found out that he was spending a lot of money at the bar. Shocked when I look at our bank account. Arena's mom is a famous designer. Their family used to make lots of money. So her father got lots of settlement money upon the divorce. That's why he was able to pay for their living expenses for a while. Perhaps that's why it took him so long to get back on track. That's true. If he had no money, he would have had no choice but to work. He would have had no time to be depressed if he kept himself busy. It's tough to leave in an ordinary pattern of life. Really mess up people's cycles. I understand, because I was that way for a while after I left the academy. Staying at home like a hermit is the worst thing you can do. You're exactly right, Rika-chan. That's why I had to talk with him. Talked about his responsibility as the head of the household and as a parent. You always look like you're fooling around, but you're actually the most reliable person in this group. I'm impressed that you even spoke to your father like that. Huh? It wasn't a big deal. I was shocked at first. I found that my dad was spending his money on some lady. His daughter, it really hurt to find that out. And then, what did you do? Well, it's no good to think about it on my own. Just kept thinking in a negative way. So I spoke to Michan about it. All I did was listen to her. Reina was the one who faced her problems and came to the conclusion of talking with her dad about them. I didn't give her any advice. That was the important thing. Talking to people about your problems can calm you down a lot. If that's so, if you overcame it just by talking to Sis, maybe your problem wasn't that serious. That's not true, Shi-chan. Before I spoke to Michan, all I thought about was how to hurt that lady. But I realized that wasn't a good solution at all. Talking it out with him was the important thing. So what happened after you spoke with him? Well, we concluded that he wasn't moving on because of the money. So we transferred the funds to a different account and I took charge of them. Now my dad has to get an allowance from me every month. Oh. It's as though you're the parent now. Everyone else laughed along with Satoko. Wasn't sure if I should laugh, but I saw Reina laughing too. Anyway, the money was keeping her father from moving on. As soon as he remembered the value of money, he stopped going to that shady bar and got a job. It really was perfect timing. I was getting ready to pay the down payment for this lady's apartment. That would have been a mess. You talk about it's like it's nothing, but it's a pretty serious story. Your family could have been ruined. That's true. If I didn't talk to Michan, kept on thinking about it on my own, I don't know where I would have been by now. I think I probably would have tried to kill that lady. Everyone laughed at hearing such a dangerous thing come out of Reina's mouth. Whereas weird. But yeah, she would have, yeah, nervous laughter from all of us. Reina laughed too, but I saw something serious in her eyes. It's probably true that she once thought about murdering that lady. She seduced Reina's father so that she could get money out of him. Knowing how short-tempered I am, I might do the same thing if that happened to me. I think she made the right decision in talking to Mion, instead of being irrational. I'm impressed. It's not that easy to talk about your family issues. I know. It took me a while to make the decision to talk to Michan. That one dream changed everything. Oh. She remembered. Does that mean they're all gonna remember in some way? A dream? Yup. Every night in bed I think about my problems. So I was troubled even in my dreams. My dream, I thought about what happened to me if I didn't do anything. I don't know if what I saw was my imagination or a prediction of the future. My dream, I saw that lady living with us in our home. My dad and I don't smoke, but there was an ashtray in the living room. The futon in our guest room was now hers. The bathroom, there was a toothbrush and shampoo I'd never choose to buy. It was an unusual sight. That must have been very difficult. And that might have been a very difficult and disgusting situation. Satoko never told me, but I'd heard she also lost her parents. I had heard that she went through tough times when she was taken in by her aunt and uncle. Someone told me about that once. Toko seemed to understand Reina's pain very well. Yes, it was a really disheartening situation. Eventually I felt like I didn't belong there anymore. Then something urged me to kill her. That sounded so realistic for a dream. What happened after that? Realized I was a murderer. Didn't want anyone to find out about it, and I stopped trusting anyone. Spent all day at the place I buried her. Was afraid that if I left that place, someone would find out that I killed her. That's a nightmare. Glad it was just a dream for you. I don't know. Wonder if that was just a dream. I think I saw my future. That would have happened if I didn't do anything about the situation. I woke up the next morning shaking in fear. I even felt like I smelled her perfume at home. I wondered when that dream was going to come true. I was so afraid. That pushed me to talk to Mi-chan. I remember Reina coming up to me and telling me that she had a secret to tell me. I honestly thought she'd gotten a positive on a pregnancy test for a moment. I can talk about it like this now, but it was very serious then. Mi-chan is a really dependable person. She listened to me and guided through a solution. Eventually, we decided that I needed to talk with him face to face. Perhaps it wasn't just a dream. You're right. It was more than that. Without that dream, it's possible that you never would have spoken to Mion. That could have changed your life dramatically. A dream? Are they all? They're all having them, aren't they? Now that she's doing a dream, huh? Huh? You've had dreams too, Shion? Shion had said something in a small voice. Only Mion picked up what it was. I don't know what she said. But based on Mion's reaction, she must have said something serious. By the way, Shion usually went to school in Okonomiya. However, she'd been coming to school in Hinamizawa lately. I didn't know why she chose to come this far. She seemed to be having fun taking care of Satoko. I had no idea what brought Shion and Satoko together. Wait, weren't they on bad terms once? Huh? Is that true? Are they always that close or not? Now I know it's important to talk to other people. We'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. We'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. Friends have greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally came to realize that. You're right. You resolve not only your family issue, but you also realize the importance of friendship. Yeah. When I was troubled by something, I want to help. I really do. I want everyone to think that they can talk to me about their problems. Reina is saying something very important right now. Riki-chan is right. We all nodded at her without joking around. A moment later, we heard someone locking the door. We were all surprised. That person didn't mean to lock the door. She must have locked it by accident, not knowing that it was already open. She turned the knob, thinking that it was now unlocked. Huh? Is anybody inside? The lady knocked on the door. I could hear several other people outside the door. Oh, sorry. Let me open it. It's someone important that we asked that... I bet it's someone important. Mion replied in a loud voice and walked toward the door. I heard her greeting the ladies from the town council. Hey, will you guys lend a hand? What is it? I immediately saw why Mion called us over. The people from the village committee had brought another donation. It was an old cupboard. We all helped to carry it inside the room. As I walked through the door, I realized the Higurashi were starting to cry, taking over from the cicadas. I heard you're going to host the auction, my Barakun. Everyone thinks you're the best man for that job. We're all looking forward to see your showmanship. Oh, I'll do my best, but please don't expect too much from me. Sure, you say. You're here today, so you can come up with an idea of how to sell these items. They have every reason to expect great things from you. I'll make sure I'm at my best then. The other lady smiled and told me they were looking forward to it. It hadn't been that long since I moved to this village, but even these people offered me a position of huge responsibility during the festival. So you could say that they've accepted me as a member of this village. I caused so much trouble where I lived before that I couldn't even go outside. But they're accepting me as a member of the village? I was so happy. I felt bad that I still hadn't learned all their names. But I was going to do my best to entertain the villagers who were supporting me. What are you going to do now, Mion-chan? Are you staying here? No, we're going home now. Right, Kei-chan? Yep. I got a good idea of what we have here. Well, I should be fine now. I'm not interested in Watanagashi, but I do still want to see his auction. Maybe I'll come to the festival too. You absolutely must be there, Shion-san. It'll be great fun if we all hang out together. I disagree. She lives in Okinomiya, so she should go to the festival there. I think Shi-chan should come. I think Mi-chan will prove entertaining if she does. Since most of us want her to be here, decide that she is going to come. You hear that, sis? You'll be in my shadow on the day of the festival. Let's at least be nice to each other. Ugh. I hate you, Shion. I hate you, Shion. I hate you, Shion. Whatever Mion says, I know they're actually close. The more Mion tried to refuse her, the more it was obvious how close they really were. Right, let's go. Make sure you get everything. Turning off the light now. We made sure that we didn't leave anything inside and left the room. I looked around the shrine grounds while Mion locked the door. This big place will be filled with people on the day of Watanagashi. These grounds are going to be the site of the festival. Man, I can't even imagine the crowd. I'm really looking forward to it. There's going to be a lot of stalls, and it'll be packed with people. You'll be surprised, I think. I wish they'd quit being stingy and hold something every season instead of once a year. That reminds me, there is someone who visits every season. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, I know who you mean. It's that photographer I met the other day, isn't it? What was his name? You know Tomitake, Keiichi? That's right, it was Tomitake-san. I met him on my way back home. Reina and Mion told me about him. Despite his burly frame, he's a fairly modest guy. Comes here every year to take pictures, right? That is what he claims, at least. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Whenever I see him, I feel like Watanagashi is close by. After Watanagashi, it's the beginning of summer. That's true. The cicadas are already crying because it's gotten hot early this year. I heard on TV that this year's unusual. It's something to do with the thing called global warming. I love a hot summer. It's not a proper summer if it's cool. Yeah, I agree. I like the different climates of the seasons. Cool summers and warm winters disappoint me. We gotta be as passionate as the hot summer too. How many of us are going to be there at the festival? It's going to be a battle of the 6 evils.
Once again, we'll have a great Watanagashi this year.
I agree. I hope we'll have lots of fun. Hey, Reina, don't you know? When Rika-chan says something like that, it's not just what she hopes for. It's a prediction. If Rika-chan is telling us that it's going to be great, it really is going to be great. That's our fate. Right, Rika-chan?
Yes, that's our fate.
Rika-chan smiled with a nipa. Her smile assured me that the day of Watanagashi was going to be a great one for us. The auction won't be starting right away, will it? Nah, it's going to be right before the ritual dance, so we'll have plenty of time to hang out together.
Indeed. It's your first festival. You deserve to have fun.
After Kei-chan's auction, we get to see Rika-chama's ritual dance? Sounds good to me.
That means I don't get to see Keiichi the whole time. I have to stand by for the dance.
You're going to be in the show too, Rika-chan? What is that dance all about? You're going to do something traditional because you're the shrine maiden?
There's a dance and a ceremony for paying respect to the cotton inside the futon. You should root for Rika-chan too, Keiichi-kun. You see? Rika-chan dances in her shrine maiden outfit. She's just so cute. I'm taking her home with me.
I've never seen a real shrine maiden before. I'm sure Rika-chan really will look adorable. I was looking more and more forward to the Watanagashi festival. Reina, Bion, Shion, Satoko, Rika-chan, and I. The 6 of us will definitely have a great time there. How many more days did we have? I had never been this excited about a festival in my life. Okay, I think we switched back to Rika then.
Satoko's snoring sounded so subtle while I stood by the window. Satoko? I could tell that she was sound asleep. She snores so cutely. Hanyu laughs and tries to poke Satoko's nose. I looked up at the sky. Nothing was different about the moon, but the moonlight seemed warmer than usual to me. Rika, you seem to be in a good mood. Yes, I think I am. I realized it only after Hanyu pointed it out. I really was in a very good mood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying the view of the sky on a humid night like this. I felt like bringing a toast to the moon. As I rooted around the back of the closet, Hanyu spoke to me, sounding noticeably upset. Rika, don't you even think about drinking? I deserve it. Just tonight. Hanyu doesn't like alcohol. If I drink, Hanyu will also taste it, so she always complains when I try to drink. That's why I usually drink only when Hanyu is far away from me. Of course, she'll know right away when I do, but it's too late by then. No, you can't. You're too young to be drinking. It's my body. I'm going to make my own decisions. No, I hate alcohol. You can't drink. I don't want to fight you tonight. I'll dilute it with orange juice so you can handle the taste. Is that a deal? It's not the point. I hate being drunk. So you can't drink. Hanyu jumped around and complained. She was making a lot of noise right where Satoko was sleeping. Stop that. You're going to wake her up. No, I'm not. Remember, you're the only one who can hear me. Bleh. Huh. Just who do you think you are? I went to the refrigerator and took out a pack of orange juice and the spicy kimchi I typically use for a punishment. Ow, 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 ow. let me ask you a question. Would you prefer if I ate this spicy kimchi to punish you, or drink a sweet juice cocktail while enjoying this beautiful moon instead? Hanyu clenched her lips while jumping up and down, ready to burst into tears. She should be disciplined for being that noisy. But she never has been, since I'm the only one who can hear her. Besides, she's like air, so I can't even give her a spanking. Hanyu loves sweets, but she really hates spicy food. Rika, would you stop jumping around? Satoko woke up suddenly and I had to hide my glass in a hurry. Satoko doesn't know about my drinking habit. What time do you think it is? She fell asleep again after speaking. See, she was bothered by you jumping around like that. You nighttime nuisance. How? Just like I'm the only one who can see her, I'm usually the only person who can hear the noise she makes. However, that's not the case all the time. Hanyu does exist in this world. Sometimes, people can actually hear and feel her existence. It doesn't happen too often, and most people think they just heard some random noise. Based on my experience, people who are in a critical condition like Satoko tend to hear her more often. When I say critical condition, I mean who've reached the L4 stage, as Irie would describe it. At that stage, there's nothing that can be done anymore. Wait, what? L4 stage? What? Okay, I seriously... I immediately was like, Google! And then I looked up and then it's literally something about worms. Or some sort of... a worm thing. I don't think that's what the game's referring to. Anyway. They will feel the existence and hear the noise of someone that they can't see that would really mess with their mind. Hanyu stopped jumping up and down and gave up as I started pouring alcohol into my glass. I wasn't drinking because I wanted to be mean to Hanyu. In fact, I always wish she would enjoy it too. I poured only a little bit of wine inside the glass and diluted it with plenty of orange juice. In fact, this cocktail is pretty much just juice. Also put some crushed ice inside the glass. With that, it looked like a real cocktail they served at the bar. See, Hanyu? It's very diluted. I licked the edge of the glass to see how she'd react. I guess it's not that bad. Good. I'll be drinking this tonight. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore, alright? Hanyu has been scared of that kimchi punishment for a while. As I put it back inside the refrigerator, she seemed relieved. I took the glass and headed back to the window. There was no breeze, but it seemed a little bit cooler. Hey, Hanyu, do you feel that something is different this time? Are talking about Keiichi and Reina? Shion, too. Everyone remembers a little bit about their past. They seem to be using those memories to avoid their fatal mistakes. I don't think it would be that surprising if this was happening individually, but I find it very strange that it's happening to everyone all at once. Okay, I'm guessing it's with Shion that, that she did have, like, a dream or a memory or whatever of
previous thing, and perhaps for the others, and then that's why it seems to me to be... It caused her to be, like, on better terms with Satoko. I think that might have to do with it is right now. I know I often use board games as an example of fate, but I feel like this is the same lucky chance as rolling all sixes on 3 dice. I think that's a good way to describe it in the sense that we're straying closest to your desired future. But I don't think this is the miracle that you've been waiting for. I know what she was trying to say. She was telling me not to expect too much. The die is designated to have 6 sides. It's not a miracle if I roll it and get a 6. A true miracle is when I roll it once, but get a 10, just like what happened with Keiichi in my previous life. In other words, a miracle is something that would normally never happen. Keiichi gave the doll to Mion. Reina spoke with her father, and Tien started taking care of Satoko after remembering her promise to Satoshi. Oh, okay. That was all because they had those intentions somewhere in their hearts. There's only a side of their die that was engraved there already. Still, even if you couldn't call 3 dice rolling this well a miracle, it did mean good fortune. Sure, it was God's way of celebrating you finally feeling motivated to change your fate. Heh. I thought you were one of the gods. You only treat me like a god when you're trying to tease me. I was just kidding, don't get upset. Anyway, that's why I'm in such a good mood tonight. I lifted up the glass of orange wine and gave a toast to the moon. Tasted like nothing but sweet orange juice. It was funny to see Hanyu making a happy face as I took a sip. I wonder if I can escape the death of 1983 this time. If our goal is to escape from this board, then I don't think we'll ever have such a fortunate start again. No matter how hard I tried to prevent things from happening, there are some things I could never control. Such a huge letdown when that happens. Even after trying so hard, something renders my efforts infertile. I'd probably been wasting my time for so long because I was trying to escape from that pain. For the first time in my life, then, I've been blessed with a favorable situation. Everything seemed perfect in this world. There's no reason for me to be depressed. It's like the weather is perfect and the wind is blowing in just the right way. If I failed to put my ship out to sea, there was nothing to pin the blame on. I understood what Hanyu was trying to say with that concerned look on her face. If I didn't escape my death under this fortunate situation, I'd have to accept that my fate wasn't something that could be changed. This is an ideal world where all of my friends overcame their problems. I was always in a depressing world, but this time all the pieces of the puzzle matched. If I couldn't change my fate in this world, then it was proof that I couldn't change it in any world. That was the ending I'd been afraid of for a long time. The loss of hope, and the death of my soul. Of the pair of us, I was probably the only one who would die. Hanyu will most likely remain there, even if my spirit disappears. She must be afraid of being alone after I lose myself. That's why she's telling me not to expect too much. I bit down on an ice chip inside my mouth. It was pleasantly cold. Hanyu, I know we've been over this many times, but I want you to think about me again. Sure, you want to know why you're being murdered in 1983? Yes. A strong will becomes fate. That means that the reason I get murdered this year is because of someone's strong will. I think you're right. Who will benefit from killing Rika Furude?
that person has a strong will, there must be a clear motive for them doing so. It might sound out coming from me, but I think most people like Rika Furude. I don't think any villagers would have the motive to kill me. The people who live in this village are all fond of you, thanks to you. Oh. I'm just showing you my appreciation. Anyway, we now know that the Sonozaki family is not the culprit. I have no idea who else would want to kill me. You know, this village is supposed to be the safest place in the world for you. You're right. Supposed to be. There are plenty of people who protect me here. It's ironic. For a long time I've been refusing help from all those people who were trying to keep me safe. Rika, I think we should rely on Irie. People in this village love and cherish me, no matter what. They never saved me when I tried to escape the fate of my death. I spoke to several villagers in the past, but they never believed me and none of them saved me in the end. They probably didn't believe me because I had no idea who was trying to kill me or what their motive was. If I could explain that, people might be more accepting of my story. But there's nothing I can do about that. No one would believe a little girl saying that she's going to be killed without rhyme or reason. Well, they think of me as the reincarnation of Oishiro-sama and the leader of the Furude family. They do cherish me, but they won't protect me with their lives. On the other hand, Irie and his people are totally different. They realize how special I am, and they would try to make sure that nothing happens to me. If I confessed to them that my life was in danger, I'm sure they would do their best to prevent it. They have all the means to protect me from a violent end. However, none of it really worked in the past. It's not that they're unreliable. It's because Takano, the one responsible for protecting me, also gets killed on the same day every time. In other words, asking for her help is completely useless. She's very reliable, but she also isn't. It's ironic that I'm the only one who knows the reason why they can never save me. I wonder if that's the murderer's plan. Tomatake and Takano get killed because they're my guardians. Then I get killed after that. Wait. Like, legal guardian, or just... Okay. Find out, Emmett. I think Takano's death is definitely related to your own. If it's the same fate, the same suspect is killing them for the same motive, I might be able to alter my own outcome by preventing their deaths. I don't know if you remember, but we've tried that once before. The deaths of Takano and Tomatake mean the loss of my protection. Because the two of them die, the suspect is able to kill me. That's why I've tried to prevent their deaths somehow. But they never believed me. Tried so hard to persuade them, but they didn't listen. Eventually gave up and just thought of their deaths as fated to happen. It's the same hopeless feeling I used to have towards my parents when I was able to go farther back in time. When I found out that death was inevitable, I lost interest in them. While that time had passed, I forgot how hard I used to try to prevent my parents' deaths. Besides, I thought you hated Irie and his people. Yeah, they look at us as nothing but their guinea pigs. I support them so I can help Satoko. But it disgusts me to think that they're only using me as a test subject. I've been resenting Irie for that reason. Still, I should try to get closer to him. After all, he's the only person who understands how important I am. He's the main person I should be talking to. He has the most potential for protecting me. I can't avoid seeking help from him just because I don't like him. I've asked him for help several times before. But Tomatake and Takano get murdered even so, and it ruins everything. After their deaths, Irie panics and becomes useless.
That's why I gave up on seeking help from him. But in this world, I've been blessed with a positive situation. I'll never have as lucky a start as this again. This is the best chance I'll ever get, so I should give it my best shot. I really don't like him at all. But he's not a bad person. I should respect him more. He's serious about helping Satoko, and he's not as much of a mad scientist as I'm inclined to think. Takano is a strange person too, but she's also someone who can give me support. But she thinks I'm only her guinea pig. That's why I don't really want her help. Tomitake is more reliable than Takano, but the biggest problem is that he only visits this village a few times a year. On top of that, he always dies before I get killed, so he can never help me. However, they really are the people I should be talking to. If I can change the fate of their deaths, they should be able to save me from my own. It's possible that the only reason I lived until 1982 was because of their effort. I'm going to approach them once more and do what I can to try and save them. But don't worry. Expect they'll be murdered anyway, so I'm not getting my hopes up. So I'll be fine, even if this hope's betrayed. Oh, you're such a cool girl. I chuckled at her comment. If they can escape their fated deaths, then I'm sure they'll greatly influence my own destiny as well. And this time, I'm going to try talking to them with the assumption they'll still be killed. In short, I'll talk to them about how I'll be protected from my coming danger after they die. If they issue such orders, then maybe the guard around me will be strengthened after they do. The protection they provide is probably the highest standard of security I could hope for. Yet I lose that the moment Tomitake and Takano die. So I never have their protection after Watanagashi, and therefore I get killed too. In other words, that's it. Whoever possesses the strong will to kill me actually just wants me dead. Yet, so long as those two are still alive, there's tight security all around Hinamizawa. That prevents the killer from getting to me. So to kill me, it must first kill Tomitake and Takano, the heart of that security. Then my protection falls away, leaving me exposed. The more I reason it out, the more I realize their fates are connected to mine. Thinking from that point of view, my destiny becomes inescapable the moment I abandon them to die. You should know what you have to do first, then. Yes, I have to think about saving their lives before thinking about mine. It's kind of ironic. I gave up on them because I was more determined to save my own life. But I finally come to the conclusion that I have to help them first before helping myself. But there's something I still don't understand. Someone with convictions this strong is trying to kill me for some equally strong motive. Yet no matter how often I debate it, I can't think of anyone who'd benefit from my death. Not only that, but there should only be people who'd want to protect me. Especially since they would do anything to protect me in the present environment. They even eliminated my mother. To be perfectly honest, I don't even care about her anymore. I never got along with her, and she's the one who took my father's death the wrong way, making a huge deal out of it like she did. She got what she deserved. I'm a valuable guinea pig for them, and I can be a bomb, too. No one benefits from making me explode. There's only disaster awaiting them if that happens. Lots of people would be lost, and nobody would gain anything from that. According to Takano, my death would be like the eruption of a volcano in the middle of the village. I'm not interested in what concerns after my death, but they're really concerned about it. They're watching me every day to ensure that I don't accidentally hit my head on the corner of a block of tofu and die. Wait. So there's other people that know that crap hits the fan if Rika dies. It's fair to say that they're... Oh, hi, Foxglove. Welcome on in. It's fair to say that they're here in order to prevent the eruption from happening. I'd be suspicious of them if they were going to benefit in some way from my death. But as everyone knows, that can't possibly be the case. Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Just a moment. Okay, back. My death would create nothing but a disaster. Oh, and we're currently from the perspective of Rika, so... I mean, that may be joining or whatever. My death would create nothing but a disaster. They're benefiting from me being alive right now. Perhaps it's not about gain, but about a grudge. Maybe someone has a strong grudge against my family, and kills me not knowing that I'm like a bomb to this village. That's why I'm suspicious of the three families, especially the Sonozaki family. However, after observing them in numerous worlds, I feel that's not the case. I feel that way in several lives. Or I felt that way in several lives, but it always had something to do with that incident with Keiichi and the doll. It's clear that there's nothing going on between the Sonozaki family and mine. In that case, it must be some religious fanatic. If it's not about profit or a grudge, it might be someone who's secretly a deranged cultist. We've already had a series of murders 4 years in a row under the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Timing-wise, it would be interesting if I, the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was killed in the 5th year. I couldn't stand to be murdered for such a whimsical reason. But such a motive actually seemed fitting. Ironically, I would have to suspect Akano if that's the case. She's well known for being an eccentric researcher of local histories. She's only interested in the village's history because she already knows who I am. She's doing the research based on the notion that I'm important. So she should have no reason to kill me. She would desire to keep me close to her as a research sample. It's hard to believe that she would kill her favorite toy. She might be willing to kill someone who would try to harm her little toy, though. I will never find out, no matter how hard I think. I just know that someone is definitely going to kill me. Don't care about anything else, as long as I can escape that fate. No, I take that back. I want to escape my deadly fate, but I also want all my friends to be happy. And I want the rest of my life to be happy too. I don't want to hide myself in the forest forever, just to get away from my murderer. In fact, I've tried that once before, but I still met with the same ending. Living in the forest was a horrible experience. I think I was able to survive until July that time. That might be the longest I've ever lived. I smiled bitterly and finished off the rest of the orange wine in the glass. I'd have to talk to Irie again. I don't like him, but his people are my only hope. It's getting late. I should go to sleep now. I think so too. Good night. I lay down and closed my eyes, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. Suddenly, I remembered Reina's words out of nowhere. It was no good when I was thinking about it on my own. I wasn't thinking about it on my own. I was talking it out with Hanyu. Now I know. It's important to talk to other people. Friends have a greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally realized that. For I asked Takano for help. Should I also talk to Keiichi? I've told him before in my previous lives, but he never believed me then. Received a new tip. The two of us. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. You and I. Rika Furude always thought that there were 4 members in her family. She could clearly see all of us, her father, her mother, and me. She had no idea that I was invisible to anyone else but her. Okay, so this is Hanyu talking then. My appearance is a little different from human beings. I may otherwise look like a person, but I can't hide my horns. So it's obvious that I'm not human. I'd hoped that because Rika has seen me since she was a baby, she wouldn't be bothered by my ugly horns at all. That hope came true. Just as chicks believe whatever they see first as their parent, Rika accepted me as a part of her family as a matter of course. Even though I have these horns, Rika and I have been close ever since the day she accepted me as her family member. I became closer to her than her parents. I couldn't even remember the last time I was able to communicate with someone. We spent all day together. But her family, especially her mother, denied my existence. Since her mother so strongly denied me, Rika and her mother became distant. Rika didn't learn certain things that many children learn from their mothers. That's why I taught her instead. It's kind of ironic how that made her mother resent Rika even more. Rika used to fight with her mother a lot about how she talked. I guess she picked up some bad habits from me. Besides the fact that she didn't get along with her mother, Rika was a pretty normal girl. She was just like Satoko. She loved running around in the woods and doing mischievous things. However, in June 1983, Rika's life was taken. All we want is a happy life for Rika. My power only allows us to search for the path leading to that. It's awful to repeat the same tragedy over and over again. Although it's devastating, you can still find happiness within this endless world. Rika Furude's destiny is a tragic dead end, but I'm secretly enjoying the fact that I get to spend more time with her than what normal people can enjoy. It's not just Rika. They may not see or hear me, but being with Satoko, Mia-on, Reina, and Keiichi is also very fun. I can never be one of them, but I can still be by their side. Okay. Let's get it. This is... Things are getting really good, really quickly at this. Or honestly, right off the bat, it's been... This one's been... Hello. I'm surprised to see you here on a day other than Sunday. I have something I want to ask to Kano. Is she here today? No. She must be on a date with Risa-san. I wish I had a date too.
Why do you call him Risa? I don't understand.
Haha, you should ask him yourself. It was a small mistake I made when we first met. It was funny how he reacted.
I don't get it.
That's what nicknames are all about, though. What did you want to talk to her about? I'll see her at the meeting tonight, so I'll take a message if you want.
Thank you very much, but I'd rather talk to her directly.
I see, all right. I should get back to my work now. Now then.
Are you not seeing any patients today?
I've been busy with paperwork for the meeting tonight. I've been preparing it for a while, but I didn't have enough time. I'll get in trouble if it's not finished in time.
Aren't you busy coaching the baseball team too? You have so much energy.
Ha! I'm such a busy guy. I've been looking for a cute maid who can take care of the chores and help me with other work, but I've had no such luck. He laughed and looked at his watch. He seemed to be in a hurry.
Do you have any idea where Takano is right now?
They're probably going around to different places in the village. I know that they always meet at the shrine. She left not too long ago, so she might still be somewhere near there. I looked at the clock on the wall. Must have just missed her. This was no time to be chatting with Irie.
Thank you very much. Try the shrine.
You shouldn't bother those lovers since they only see each other 4 times a year. He smiled mischievously and waved his hand in goodbye. I headed back to the shrine. I was going to park my bike by the stairs that lead to the shrine grounds. Satoko and I are the only people who park our bikes there normally, but I saw more than 10 bikes there today. People must be gathering at the convention room. There are more and more meetings when the Watanagashi festival draws closer. Seeing all these bikes reminded me that summer is nearly here. Most of the bikes were old and beat up. However, I saw 2 unfamiliar ones parked there. They were sporty mountain bikes with the same design but different colors. They must belong to Takano and Tomatake. I went up the stairs to look for the 2 of them, but I couldn't find either. Is there any place with a great view for taking pictures? I tried looking in places like that, but I still couldn't find them. So I started looking based on what Takano might be interested in. I could only think of one place.
How is it?
Zero-san. It's a pretty simple lock. All I need is the right tool. I should be able to open it in a minute.
You can do that? You opened the lock to my heart, but that's not the only thing you're good at, huh?
Hehe. I'm going to curse you. The 2 of them jumped in surprise as I suddenly appeared in front of them.
Hello, Rika-chan. Was it nice of you to scare us like that? It's not nice to try and open the ritual storehouse's lock either.
She's right, Takano-san. We can't do something like that. Tomatake conceded right away, but Takano was stubborn. She made up excuses to try and fool me. Based on my previous lives, I know just how much interest she had in this storehouse. It was actually rather impressive how hard she tried to cover that up. The ritual storehouse is full of the remainder of the dark history of Onagafuchi. It contains bloody and vicious tools that Takano is fascinated with. She should have a good idea as to what those things are inside of the storehouse, based on what she has been researching. She was making up some story about cultural treasures and such, but it was obvious that she was just making excuses. Tomatake also seemed impressed, listening to Takano's phony justifications. In the past, I've tried to conceal what was inside of the storehouse from Takano, because I don't want her spreading information about the holy and brutal traditions they used to have in Onagafuchi village. It would be a disgrace. As a member of the Furude family, I can't let that happen. Looking at the history of Onagafuchi and the way Takano does is a painful thing for Hanyu as well. For Hanyu, the spiritual storehouse is a special place. I don't know what's so nice about being surrounded by those scary ritual tools, but she feels cozy when she's surrounded by the smell of old times. This storage is like Hanyu's hideout. When I can't see her, she's usually relaxing in here. I don't want Hanyu's happy place to be turned into the bloody, horrifying den of evil Takano. Takano believes it to be. Wait. Hold up. They said that occasionally people could see Hanyu, and that Hanyu treats the storehouse like the hideout. So does that mean in like the second volume and whatever the other one that was dealing with Shion, basically, that what she was hearing of like the boom 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 and stuff, like, and all the sounds that nobody else could hear but her when she was trespassing in there, that was Hanyu and she was actually getting to hear her. That's why I've been keeping Takano away from the ritual storehouse. Come to think of it, why am I so mean to her? Is it because I hate her? I should stop feeling that way. I have to keep in close contact with Takano and Tomatake. I won't give up just because it didn't work before. I'm going to try one more time. This world is different from the other ones. I might be able to change their fate, which in turn might change my own. Hanyu. Thinking about showing the ritual storehouse to Takano. Oh. Hanyu made an irritated face. Takano will lose herself in ecstasy if she sees what's inside of there. She'll run around spreading rumors of the bloody history of Onagafuchi. Hanyu wasn't too excited about that prospect. I'm not trying to curry favor with Takano, but I think it might give me a chance to talk to her. Takano holds on to grudges, so if I'm mean to her now, she might not listen to me later. Ow. I understand that Hanyu doesn't want her inside this holy place, but she can't do anything more than be irritated about it. I'm the only one who can make the ultimate decision. Besides, she'll forgive me if I promise to eat something sweet later. Takano, if you'll keep it a secret, I'll let you in. Really? Inside the ritual storehouse? You don't mean inside emergency shelter, right? I mean it. I'll let you in the ritual storehouse. You mean this storehouse? Inside of this building? I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'll let you inside. Nipa! Nipa! I had never seen such a big smile on her face before. Now this is a miracle I'm seeing for the first time in 100 years. I think Rika may need an adult.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Tomatake must be feeling the same way. His image of Takano was slowly falling apart as we spoke, I'm sure. No, maybe he just found a new side of her to love instead. I'm surprised that Takano is actually such a funny person. Communication is important. Sometimes so hard to tell what people are all about. Remain there and watch Takano spinning in delight for a while. This is a secret, so no one can see us going inside. You're right. I'll try and calm down. Oh wait, that's him. You're right, I'll try and calm her down. I'll go get the keys now. By the time I came back with the key, Takano was totally calm again. She was obviously trying to hide how gleeful she was, though. I thought she was a mature lady, but she might still be a kid at heart. I think they call that think they called that something like gap moe. I picked that term up at some point from Keiichi. I'm still not sure how it's used. Hold on. Is it correct? Thanks. Let's see. Gap moe means affection born of inconsistency between different aspects of the character. The classic one is tsundere, where the gap is between romantic affection and violence. Let's see, although also on Urban Dictionary, gap moe is when a character does something completely contradictory to what their usual habit, personality, character, appearance dictates. Okay. Well, now we know. So yes, I believe this would be an example of gap moe. Well then, Takano and Tomitake, when we go inside, you must promise me something. Otherwise, you can't go in. Of course! You're willing to break the rules to open the Forbidden Storehouse for us. We'll keep our promises. Hehehehe. Takano-san, you have to take this seriously. I am taking it seriously. Hehehehe. My image of Takano is falling to pieces right now. Same here. Market is crashing all over the world. Reina said it before. It's not a good idea to think about problems all on your own. I always hated the crazy part of Takano, and I didn't want to be close to her. But I never thought she could act this way. She was acting almost like Reina does when in her cute mode. Had I known that she was as funny a person as this, I wouldn't have felt resentment towards her. Realize how important communicating can be. First of all, you have to promise you won't tell anybody that you went inside the storehouse. Do not tell anyone. Of course I won't, I promise. Kano put her hand to her chest. She also forced Tomitake to do the same. It's funny to watch Tomitake trying to keep up with Takano too. Also, you can't damage anything inside the storehouse. Of course not. Is it okay if I take pictures? Me can, but I'll charge 100 yen per picture. What? How much money do you have on you right now, Jiro-san? If you pay me 10,000 yen, you can take all the photos you want. That's a good deal, I'll take it, Jiro-san. They paid me the money for Hanyu seemed excited, knowing that the money could be used for buying desserts. Ow, ow, ow! Kano is such a nice person. So greedy. I finally got approval from Oyashiro-sama, the master of the storehouse. We'd have no more problems now. The ritual store... All it took was a bribe. All it took was a monetary bribe. Wow. Deities in Roll Japaner. Are apparently easy to manage. The ritual storehouse is behind the building with the convention room. Sometimes people come out for a cigarette break. Can't let anybody see us entering. You're good. No one is around. Tomitake checked out the scene and gave me the signal to go ahead. I nodded at him and unlocked the door. I pushed open the heavy door just far enough for us to sneak inside. It'll look suspicious if you wait outside like that. What? I could come inside too? Seemed surprised that I was asking him to come inside with us. Tomitake, of course, wasn't particularly interested in what was inside the storehouse. I expected his surprised reaction.
Zero-san, Rika-chan is telling you to come inside. Come on now.
Alright. Tomitake squeezed inside as Takano urged him. I turned the light on and closed the door. Then I put the chain on from inside.
You're locking us in? Just so that a bad kitty cat won't sneak inside, you know.
Hehe, are you talking about me?
Takano, a cat is supposed to go meow meow. Nipa. What do you mean? If you don't act like a cat, I'm not going to let you see what's in here. I brought cat ears and a collar with a bell for you too. If you don't put them on, get on all fours and meow, then I won't open the next door.
Wow. Damn, Rika.
Shrine storehouse has 2 doors, so that people can't see inside when the first door is opened. The moment we're inside the entry chamber, the real storehouse is in the room beyond.
What?
That's a bad joke, Rika-chan. You wouldn't really... Huh? What the hell? I'll do it if I have to. You're testing me to see how devoted I am to my research, aren't you, Rika-chan? Fine, if that's what you want, then I'll wear cat ears, bloomers, and a tail, go on all fours before an empty milk bowl, and beg, please, let me drink your milk, master.
That retroactively hurt me. What the hell did I just read? Damn it, game. Damn you. It hurts. It hurts. Damn it. Oh.
She definitely would have joined our club if she was around our age. I agree. Remember they said shredded stocks fell like snow on Wall Street during the Great Crash? Takano's value right now reminds me of that. Bring it on, Rika-chan. Are you sure I only have to wear the cat ears and the collar? Takano-san? The door isn't even locked. See, push it and it opens. Really? My dear, how shameful of me. Tomitake has no sense of humor. He just turned off a lot of viewers who were looking forward to see Takano and the cat. Anyway, he's right, you just have to push it. Mipa. Once we went through the door, we found ourselves inside the storage area. There were no windows in here, so it was completely dark even during the day. There were several light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, but they were dim and their light only exaggerated the darkness inside. Oyashiro-sama's statue in the altar dominated the center of the room. They were surrounded by tons of ancient torture implements. They were all over the floor, walls, and ceiling. It looked like a torture room rather than just storage for tools intended for one. This is amazing. Tomitake was rendered speechless. They were nothing like those fake torture implements that they might have seen in a wax museum or someplace like that. The tools in this room are the genuine articles. I never like to think about it, but I'm sure some of them were really used. These authentic tools always have a big impact on the people who see them. But Tomitake was the only one who was shocked, since he was the only normal person in the room.
Takano's eyes were sparkling. She was taking pictures while meowing like a cat. This place isn't special to me. Of course, I know I'm supposed to treat it as a holy place, but so used to seeing all these things after coming here countless times since I was little. To me, it's nothing but a storehouse with a lot of old stuff inside. As for Hanyu, she says it's the only place the air from times past lingers in this present day, so she actually finds it comforting. I get in a good mood when I come here, because Hanyu gets in a good mood. This is a relaxing place for her. As I watched Tomatake's reaction, I noticed how totally off my values are from normal people's. Takano's reaction seemed more natural to me in a sense. Hanyu seemed to be bothered by Tomatake's reaction too. Maybe it was a bad idea to let him come inside after all. Not like I could kick him out at this point. Hanyu and I sat on a cushion in front of the altar, and watched Takano dance with childish glee while Tomatake made touching efforts to keep up. I wonder why they made so many torture implements. The whole purpose of torture is to make people confess something, right? Well, why was it necessary for them to have so many? Jiro-san, do you know that there are 2 ways to threaten people with torture implements? The first one is to inflict pain on the victim. The other way is to threaten the victim by just showing him the tools. In that sense, having a countless number of them can give tremendous fear to the victim. I've heard that torture requires skill. I suppose it's really hard. I suppose it's hard to really hurt people without killing them. Tomatake acted like he's having a conversation with Takano, but his voice was obviously unsteady. Some Western torture implements were so vicious that if they really used it on a victim, they would have killed him instantly. To be precise, there are 2 types of torture implements. First, there are simple tools that are simply used to make the victim confess. Their type is for entertaining those who are watching the torture. I'm frustrated that some people can't tell the difference between those 2. Hehe. Let me ask you, what were they trying to gain from the victims by using these tools? Tomatake asked me that. He must have thought that Takano would say something far more scary if he asked her. He's forgetting that I'm just a little innocent girl. I think they were forcing their victims to obey the rules of Onagafuchi. That's what I believe, am I right? Yes, you are. These tools were never built for actual use, simply displayed in front of the villagers to intimidate them. That's why there are records saying that when they actually tried to use them, some of them were the wrong size or simply malfunctioned. So, they really did use some of them then. That's not a pleasant story. Some people were just not obedient, despite the threat of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Hey, Rika-chan, are you sure that these tools were mainly used to intimidate people in the village? I've heard that these were used for cooking and dissecting during the real Watanagashi. Hanyu was making a frustrated face. She didn't want to remember the dark history of Onagafuchi village. People performed countless torture ceremonies in front of her, claiming that they were doing it in her name, the name of Oyashiro-sama. She asked them not to do that, but no one was able to hear or see her. No comment. Nipa. She always talks to me about it too. Long time ago, the villagers of Onagafuchi would receive a divine message. Go down to the foot of the mountain, kidnap people, and eat them, right? I wonder why they did that. It's a display of force or something? I believe it was a type of ceremony to make them all realize they were higher on the food chain. The greatest outspoken reasons Onagafuchi forbade intermingling with outsiders were that the village was a holy land, and they were transcendents, greater beings than humans. Mingling with tainted humans will bring corruption. That's what they were taught. So they probably needed to reaffirm their idea that they were above humans at regular intervals. Japan, there is a tradition of displaying severed heads on spike. While such a warning is inhumane, It's an extremely good deterrent. The victim was brutally tortured in public, and then they were eaten alive. What do you think if you saw something like that? Anyone would simply think that they wouldn't want to be in that same situation. There's also a history of crucifixion in this country. They hung the victim and stabbed him with spears in front of an audience. You know, people don't really die from being stabbed once or twice. They might have a chance to die if they were stabbed in the stomach or chest, but it's not instant like a guillotine. They bled from their wounds, their guts pulled out, and they eventually died by drowning in their own blood. Hehe, that since a guillotine is such a merciful tool. Did you know? The guillotine was invented for the nobility. It was invented because they were able to die instantly, which wasn't the case with shooting or hanging. The nobles got special treatment all the way up to the death. Well, to be fair, depending on where you shoot, shooting could be instant. It's an old black and white movie that I know of. It's a love story set during the French Revolution. But the final guillotine scene is the best part. The nobles are all lined up and bound in chains, and they get publicly executed on the guillotine one by one. Snap. Next. Snap. Next. Snap. Human lives are taken away like they're on a conveyor belt. There's no last words or prayers or anything. Snap. Next. Snap. It's not even that entertaining because it's over in a flash. No one holds any sentiment for their deaths. The audience enjoys how the nobles' heads are sliced off like vegetables. It's like a show to them. I think it's more respectful to kill someone slowly and brutally. That way people will pay a little more attention to them, right? Hehehehe. Aishiro-sama here was the one who made this brutal torture possible. Takano raises her hand to honor the statue of Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is just an idol created by human beings. That idol was worshipped with fear and made divine. Yes, people laid the bricks of his church with rules and doctrines, strengthening it with the mortar of curses and malediction. So they stacked and stacked those bricks up high, its height reached up to heaven, and their god was placed above it all. Gods are born because people desire them. So when people seek to rule others with fear, they become the collection of blood, torture, and pure terror. And here they call that god Oyashiro-sama. In other words, this proves that the stairs to godhood are built not by gods, but by human hands, and shows the way for us humans to attain further heights and... Her passionate lecture was interrupted by a loud noise. As I looked back, Hanyu was jumping up and down with her eyes full of tears. Thud, thud, thud. She was stomping the floor as hard as she could, making a loud noise instead of screaming out with her unheard voice. However, it all amounted to the same thing. Hanyu cannot be heard by people. That's not right. It's not right. I'm not like that. Hanyu. I hate seeing people getting tortured or killed. I wanted people to be happy together. Of course, not everything is perfect, but I never asked people to do such horrible things. Hanyu, you are who you are. Oyashiro-sama's has nothing to do with you. It's not right, that's not right. Whoa. I hate Takano, I hate her. She always says horrible things about me, she's a bully. Was it a bad idea for me to bring Takano in here? I knew that Takano would get overstimulated and say something like this. Fortunately, Hanyu's rejection indirectly reached Takano and she stopped lecturing. Somehow, Tomitake had heard the noise that Hanyu made. He pressed his finger in front of his lips and told Takano to be quiet. What is it? Well, I just heard a sound like a child was jumping around. There might have been a child somewhere near this building. Really? I didn't hear anything. I'm sure I heard it. Takano, we're in here in secret. I think you should look around without making any noise. Takano seemed disappointed, but Tomitake was right. She had no choice but to keep quiet. Okay, I think it was Hanyu that last time, because he did the same description. Tomitake. There are no children around this place. Are you sure? You didn't hear it either? Sure, I heard a noise. I heard it too. But it wasn't coming from outside the building. It was jumping right behind me. I guess you heard it from far away, but it was very loud to me. I was standing in front of the altar, and the statue of Oyashiro-sama was right behind me. Tomitake seemed freaked out after hearing what I just told him. Although he was trying to fake a smile, his face was turning pale. However, Takano didn't seem scared at all. Takano. You can't say things that would upset Oyashiro-sama in front of him. Oyashiro is very angry now. Can't you hear his voice? It's fortunate that she can't, to be honest. Even if she heard it, it would be nothing but tears. My job as a shrine maiden is, to begin with, is to tell humans what Oyashiro-sama is feeling. I'm responsible for speaking on Hanyu's behalf. Takano must have realized that I was very serious about what I just said. She apologized to me right away. I'm sorry. I took it too far. I'm sorry, Oyashiro-sama. You are a god as long as people worship you. Even though I may not worship you, you are still holy. Sorry for disrespecting you. Oyashiro-sama loves sweet food. You'll get cursed unless you offer something sweet through me. Tomitake couldn't help but smile. Takano also smiled. She bowed to me, promising to bring over some cream puffs soon. Takano finally stopped saying bad things about Oyashiro-sama. She also promised to bring me something sweet. Hanyu was still upset, but she was probably set aside for the moment. But I didn't know what she meant by the 3 fingers she was showing me. Was she telling me to ask Takano for that too? Being her shrine maiden is not an easy thing. Oyashiro-sama is saying that he wants at least 3 cream puffs. Just want to make it clear that it's not me asking for that. They took it as a joke I made to reduce the tension. Tomitake and Takano cracked me up, holding their stomachs. Hanyu was looking at them with surprise, not knowing why they were laughing. My face, meanwhile, was turning red with embarrassment. Fine, I'll get 3 delicious cream puffs for Oyashiro-sama. Should I get some for you and Satoko-chan too? No, I don't need any. But there is something that I want to tell you. What is it? Since you let me inside the storehouse today, I'm willing to do anything for you now. Then, I want you to believe what I'm about to tell you now. Please don't ask me why or make fun of me. Please believe me and change fate to save me. Both of them were surprised to see such a serious look on my face. I was sure they'd be surprised. After all, I was about to explain to them that they were going to die in 2 days. I'm sure they'd want to deny that. But I knew a fair bit about their deaths. If I could explain it to them in detail, they wouldn't be able to laugh it off. I'd talked to them about it several times in previous lives, but they never took it seriously. I only had that slight possibility that they might believe me. Hopefully, the possibility is as small as a miracle. It should be engraved on the side of a die. My friends overcame their fates and all rolled a 6. Should I call that a miracle? Please God, let me roll a 6 again. To believe that death is upon them. Yep, now we're perfect. Irie turned the light on as soon as he finished his presentation. There were about 8 men wearing lab coats inside the meeting room. The man sitting on the far end was the only person without one. Upon seeing Irie finish his speech, he clapped his hands several times. Having noticed his applause, the other men in the room soon followed suit. Excellent. Very, very excellent. Quite satisfied with their progress. Wait. Sachiro is some important official, okay.
Your hard work is paid off, Dr. Irie.
No, I would say it's because of my incredible staff. I really do owe them my gratitude. We really are getting close to finding a perfect cure. There are a few more sticking points left, but they can all be resolved with time and financing. We're counting on your support on that front. Sufficient funding and labor. I estimate will be done within 3 years. By 1986, we should be able to establish a complete treatment for it. From here on out, our challenges are establishing a treatment package that other, unspecialized medical facilities can easily administer, and developing an easier, cheaper test for it. With regards to the testing, Dr. Erie is currently researching ways to detect potential patients through blood samples. Once that process is established, the test can be administered alongside regular physical exams, and we believe that will drive costs down significantly. That's wonderful to hear. Current tests are pretty involved and expensive after all. Sorry, I'm truly grateful to hear you're considering the cost too. Healthy citizens are supposed to be our nation's assets, so it really is shameful to bring up the budget, but from our position, we'd like to shave every yen that we can off the costs. Of course, we understand. We established a treatment that was impossible due to cost. It'd just be a pie in the sky. It's our job to develop a practical treatment, not the theoretical one. Tomitake started clapping again, and everyone followed him. You're truly a respectable man as well as a talented doctor. I'm honored to have met you. No, I can't sincerely accept your applause until every person has been treated, and this so-called curse of Oyashiro-sama has been exterminated. We hope for your continued cooperation until that time. Likewise, I'll do everything I can to make sure you receive almost every yen in the budget you've outlined. Please, keep up the good work. Tomitake and Irie shook hands. The meeting room was filled with applause yet again. So there is some sort of illness or something. That's it for tonight's meeting. Tomorrow is the main event you're all waiting for, the budget hearing. Let's all push hard. Takano was being sarcastic, of course. Staff members in lab coats were smiling bitterly. Well, I'll give my greatest efforts for the budget you all need too. To be honest, I want to be on your side myself, but I'm the one who has to explain things to the brass and the one when they come down on directly. You have my deepest apologies, but regretfully, I'll be rigorously examining the budget. Please continue lending me your cooperation. That's your job, so we can't blame you. We'll see you tomorrow. In any case, that's it for today. Tsire declared the meeting over. His white-coated staff gathered up their documents and left after glancing at the clock. It was almost midnight. The staff who were off tomorrow might be all right, but those scheduled to work needed to sleep soon, or it would hinder them the next day. Takano gathered up the butts from the ashtrays as well as the empty coffee cans. Some people didn't drink their coffee. We managed to get a coffee budget from meetings approved, but I wonder if they'll cut that budget if people don't drink it. Hehe. Don't be so mean. I'm not doing this because I enjoy it, you know? Oh, Takado-san. I'll take that leftover coffee. I'll take one too. That way the budget won't go to waste. The two of them seemed more relaxed with the other staff members gone. Tomitake and Irie loosened their collars in a sign of relief. How are Rika-chan and Satoko-chan? Are they doing fine? I heard last week that Satoko-chan's test results weren't that good recently. No, but it actually wasn't that big of a deal. She was a bit out of sorts because of the heat wave. Her new results came out very stable. Dr. Irie is very passionate about Satoko-chan. That's not true. As a physician, I treat all my patients equally, to the best of my ability. But if she feels grateful and decides to become my maid, that would be wonderful. Though that's proving quite difficult. It would be wonderful if there was a way to completely cure Satoko-chan, but I guess that's what's difficult. Once a patient reaches the L5 state like Satoko-chan has, it's easy for them to re-experience hallucinations similar to a patient suffering from flashbacks. Those technically aren't caused by the disease, but by the normal defense mechanism cultivated in the brain. Like the idiom, "A scalded dog fears cold water" suggests, the brain naturally uses past experiences proactively for our survival. Simpler terms, emotional trauma. Worse yet, we suspect she may have suffered damage directly to her frontal lobe, so she needs more delicate counseling and long-term medication than the usual trauma patient. He may be able to treat her illness, but he can't treat her mental health. Is that what you're saying? Plenty of people functioning in society with emotional trauma. Even if she's just one more to the mix, that's still a miraculous recovery, considering the state she used to be in. Think about diabetic patients. There's no cure, but many of them live happily by managing their condition. She still needs 3 shots a day? No, she's recovered quite a bit, so she's down to twice a day now. I think that puts a lot less strain on her too. She was so afraid in the beginning, but Rika-chan talked her into it. Into getting the shots, you mean? Satoko-chan was told that she's receiving financial support from us by supporting our research. So she thinks that she's getting 2 shots a day not because she's sick, but as a test subject for your research? Zero-san, it would be a horrible thing for us to explain to her what kind of illness she's suffering from. Didn't I tell you this before? Well, I remember. Sorry for being insensitive. If you happen to see Satoko-chan somewhere, please be kind to her. Alright, I will. And by the way, Rika-chan is such a strong girl. Her background is similar to Satoko-chan's, and she's leading such a steady life. And we have Rika-chan and her deceased parents to thank for all of this. Without their understanding and support, we would have never discovered even a hint at a cure so soon. She even endured our inhumane experience very well. We wouldn't have the results we do today without her support after overcoming her parents' death. I'd like to repay the debt we owe her somehow. I agree. Tokyo also recognizes that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan have rendered us a distinguished service. They will be compensated for their work someday. Hey, you guys don't even want to pay for our coffee filters. Hehe. Again, don't be mean. You keep bringing that story up. Haha. But even though all we can do is compensate them with money, I wish there was a way to pay them back from our hearts. Takano muttered like she's talking to herself, but it almost sounded as if she was talking to them. I'm sure there are many ways for us to show our appreciation. There are many ways we can pay them back. Dr. Coach. I guess you're already doing that for them all the time. Suppose I should be nice to those girls too. Indeed. Plus Rika-chan was very nice to you today. Ah, I nearly forgot. I have to take that film to get developed first thing in the morning. Such a wonderful experience. History, culture, the smell of it. Everything about it was wonderful. Rhea wondered what she could have experienced during the day. Tomitake could only smile and act like he didn't know anything. By the way, Takano-san, what do you think of what Rika-chan told us near the end today? What are your thoughts? I want to believe that it's only paranoia. She did say that there's no absolute proof either. What's going on? From what you've said, it sounds like Rika-chan is showing some bad symptoms. Her test results from last week. I thought they came up pretty good. But did you see anything different, Dr. Irie? No. They were as stable as always. Satoko-chan's results are a wave during high tide. Rika-chan's are the quiet surface of a lake. Just like their personalities. What's the possibility of a sudden outbreak? What are you talking about? Don't tell me Rika-chan is showing symptoms of the disease progressing. Rika-chan asked us for something today. She wanted our protection because she feels like someone is going to murder her. No way. Who would try to kill her? That's impossible. Rika-chan is a beloved mascot here in the village, and I don't think she has any enemies. I think it was just her imagination, too. Why does she think someone is trying to kill her? She's experiencing paranoia. She may be in the early L5 stage. She said it, she saw it in her dreams. She wants us to reinforce security around her because she feels threatened. For a young girl like that, it's not uncommon to get scared after having a nightmare. But we need to determine if it was really just a dream, or if she's showing early symptoms of the disease. Okay, let's give her an urgent checkup tomorrow. I really hope nothing is wrong. She's the most valuable person in this village. I hope she's okay. But what should we do if she is? Shiro-san, that's what she wants in return for what she showed us today. It's not even a big deal. If she's worried about our safety and wants to rely on us, I think we should support her. That's what paying her back in our hearts is all about. You're right. Even if she was just dreaming, we'll lose her trust if we don't support her. This is our chance. We found a way to show her our appreciation. Yeah, I agree. Besides, she has a right to seek that support from us. Yes, we have to make sure to protect her at all times. That's true. Oh, that's your job, not mine. So please, give her your best. Understood. Takano-san, please do what you can to keep her safe. And it's probably not so serious that we need to bring in the bloodhounds from Tokyo. True, you can't ask them to come over just because Riki Furude had a nightmare. Alright. I'll order at least 4 members of the Mountain Dogs to watch her 24 hours a day. That's impressive. That's tighter security than when I went to Tokyo. He. She deserves special treatment. I'll make sure she gets the best security in the country. No one would dare plot an assassination on her. I'll get the best bodyguards out there. Not even a super spy could lay a finger on her. Meow meow. Onagafuchi banzai. What? Takano-san? Did something good happen? Well, I mean... ha 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 ha. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, just give me a moment. Also, I think an ad started playing. Or an ad, I think it's currently playing. The Twitch gods demanded ad break. So just use it to refill tea real quick. Okie dokie. Oh, there, right. Okay. After looking through the items that had been donated for the auction, I realized that there was nothing kids would be interested in. Keiichi insisted that the show wouldn't be a success unless there was something that kids would beg their parents to buy. He's probably right. For that reason, we went to the toy store again today, trying to get the owner to donate something that would interest all the kids attending the festival. I see. I did get to sell off my old stock, I mean, you know, different games the other day because of you guys. I want to support you if I can. My grandma wants the auction to be something that both kids and adults can enjoy. That's what she's hoping for, you understand. Can't you help us, Uncle Yoshiro? Well, if that's what your grandmother wants. Okay, I'll do my best. I don't know what she would say to me on New Year's if I refused. Wow. Guess Mion's grandma is pretty scary. We have never met, but I have heard of how terrifying she can be. According to Shion-san, she enjoys ripping people's nails off. That's just Shi-chan trying to scare you. Sure it is. I know Mi-chan's grandma very well. She's a very nice lady, as long as you're polite to her. I mean, to be fair, both can be true at the same time. Impressed that she can refer to that monster as a nice lady. She's scary when you're not polite. Also, she's scary when you don't show her proper respect. Pipa. So are you saying she wouldn't be nice to me? Kei-chan, we have a deal. You said we can take some stuff. His laugh was a painful one. How come the people in this village always listen to Mion? It's the power of the Sonosaki family. Mion is like their princess. No one would dare contradict her. You're also the princess of the Furude family, aren't you? Thank you. The members of Sonosaki branch families who own businesses usually get their funding from Mion's family. They can never go against the will of the main branch. The Sonosaki family made a fortune on the black market after the war, and they've invested those funds as capital into businesses run by their family and the villagers. They charge almost no interest and required no co-signers or collateral. So long as one gives a proper explanation, they'll provide a notable sum. The money has to be paid back, of course, but it's lent between family and community. They're willing to make some adjustments if one goes begging. For that reason, everyone is borrowing money from the family, and that, more than anything, is why they can never refuse a request from Mion. Alright, try and find something that might be interesting to kids. I need something big in size. It's not that exciting to sell a deck of cards at an auction, you know? Big things will attract more attention. So we need to look for something big and expensive. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Leave it up to me. I'm very good at finding things like that. Let's try and be considerate of the owner too, everyone. Wow, look, Reina. This stuffed animal is so cute. What? Oh, it's adorable. I'm taking all of them home with me. You know, you guys, please don't take too much, okay? Shop owner smiled bitterly at us. F in chat for the store owner. What do you think this is, Keiichi-kun? It says swing on it. Is it like a playground kind of swing? Wow, it's so heavy. It must be a build-it-yourself swing. You can build it inside the house or outside in the yard. It's not as big as the swings you see on playgrounds, but it's big enough for little kids to play on. It's fun in the beginning, but they'll eventually get bored with it. They'll be used to hang the laundry on instead. That sounds like it's coming from experience. Get one of those, Keiichi? In my last house. I got it for Christmas when I was little. It looks really impressive, doesn't it? That's a good choice, Reina. Here, Kei-chan, stick this paper on it. People from the council will pick it up later. Mion handed Keiichi a piece of paper that said Town Council on it. She was carrying around a whole stack of them. She's really thorough when it comes to things like that. Keiichi-san, how about this one? It's a small pool where you can put in your yard. Oh, that's a good choice too. What do you think, Mion? Well, in Hinamizawa, you can always go to the river if you want to play in the water. I don't know about that one.
But this goldfish pattern is adorable. I think this pool is a good one. I think this... Bah. I think this pool is a good one, I think. I think so as well. Doesn't it just look perfect for setting up all kinds of traps?
No way, no way. I'm the one who's going to end up trapped in there. We're not taking this one.
How about this one? It's an elephant slide. Meep. I think this one is nice too. I want to take it home with me. If I pushed Toko off the top, she would roll down like a ball. Isn't that baby so much fun? Don't you think so, Hanyu? I'll stop being so mean to Satoko. How? That one's nice too. I'm taking it home with me.
Alright, let me stick this paper on it. We enjoyed the privilege of picking donations for a while. I started to feel bad seeing the owner's troubled expression. I patted him on the head to try to comfort him. Rub rub, pat pat, nipa! Wow, this is mahjong. What is it, Kei-chan? Keiichi found something in the tabletop games section. He started eyeing the Warhammer 40k stuff. Don't do it, Keiichi, you'll just get sucked in. You'll end up broken alone. Broke out the streets alone. Nothing but miniatures to keep you company. There, I saw a green mat on the table with mahjong tiles all lined up on it. They were arranged in square shapes, as if someone was playing there until just a few minutes ago. Huh? What's this, Uncle Yoshiro? Were you playing mahjong at work? No, that's not it. Expected to see board games and card games in the toy store, but not in mahjong. I guess it isn't weird for a toy store to sell this, though. Wow, it's been a long time. I think I forgot most of the rules. Oh, it's incredible for a girl like you to know mahjong. Oh, let me guess. You guys played this at the club, right? It must have been the end of last year. Of course, I was very good at it, too. There are lots of traps lying in my discard pile. Mion, listen here. You had 4 young girls together and you played mahjong at school? Hey, Kei-chan, you can't underestimate this game. Hinamizawa gets a lot of snow in the winter. The whole village enjoys mahjong in those months. We hole up inside a warm room and enjoy some tangerines and mahjong. We turn on the end-of-the-year music program on TV. That's what winter is like here. That's probably how the Sonozaki family spends its winter. That doesn't mean the whole village does that. I forgot that Hinamizawa gets lots of snow in the winter. I see, I guess mahjong would be the standard game adults play around the kotatsu. Kei-chan, mahjong is a serious game. It's a necessity in every man's social life. They sit around the square jungle. They become Seiryu in the east, Byakko in the west, Suzaku in the south, and Genbu in the north. Abandoning their hierarchy and squabbles, they fight on equal terms. It's the same spirit as in the ancient Olympic Games. See? Isn't it amazing? I'm less concerned with that, and more afraid of what kind of punishment you'll set when you bring it out at club again. Do you know how to play, Keiichi-kun? My dad loves it. He always forces me to play when he doesn't have enough people to play with. I don't know if I'm good, but I know the rules. I don't know how to calculate anything, though. Anyway, why is there a mahjong table there? Everyone looked at the owner. Well, I was talking with the customer this afternoon. And he said he could show me how to do the Tsubame Gaishi. What? Did you say the Tsubame Gaishi? That's the greatest scam. That's the greatest scam in the history of Mahjong. It's the ultimate technique developed in ancient China. Its the powers was so great that the emperor of that time banned its use. I didn't know that there were people who could use it in this era. Oh, I got this info from the history of ancient Mahjong.
So Bamigaishi, isn't that a technique of Musashi Miyamoto's? Does that involve Mahjong? It's a bold technique where you switch your hand with the wall in a flash. Nipa.
Hey, Mion, why would you teach something that bad to an innocent girl like this?
Well, yeah. How? I want to see it. Can anybody do it? Can you, Rika-chan? I only know about it. I can't do it myself. Satoko, weren't you practicing it a while ago?
Wait a minute, Satoko. Don't practice something like that at your age. But she's a trap master. It sounds like something that she would do.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. The best time to set a trap is when the opponent is sure of his victory.
So did he ever get to master it? You were practicing, right?
Well, I could never use it in a real game.
Even in practice, I only succeeded once or twice.
Wow. I want to see it. Do it for us. Meep. I want to see it too. Very well, you all. Don't laugh if I can't pull it off, alright?
Satoko sat in front of the table and started piling up the tiles.
Do you really think Satoko can do it?
Well, I don't know.
It'd be amazing if she can do it and cute if she can't. I don't care if she makes it not, because I enjoy seeing her act shy like this. Hee.
Well, first of all, you start by planting the tiles you want into the wall ahead of time.
I see. Then you later swap them for your hand. But how? Sleight of hand?
Hehehe. Well, you instantly swap all the tiles from your hand with the planted tiles. This is a scene I'd love to show you all by running a video through InScriptor. But hey, unfortunately I can't time that to the text in a sound novel. Wait. Was that the author writing this? Confuso. Wait. Oh my gosh, we had to do that. Oh, it's...
I have no idea who me could be talking to.
You say, looking at the camera. Oh god. Hello, fourth wall. Meet Sledgehammer. Game doing some Deadpool crap now. You ready? Everyone gulped and looked closely at the table. Satoko moved her hands like a swan on a lake. She had 13 tiles in front of her. Then she silently flipped them all face down. Then she lifted them up by holding both ends, and silently placed them against the back edge of the wall, keeping them hidden. This is it, Satoko.
I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try.
We all went quiet. Satoko reached out toward the Yamahai. Then she grabbed the whole thing with her small little hands. Let me explain how hard it is to pick up the wall for those unfamiliar with Mahjong. Your hand is usually made of 13 tiles. If you push them from either hand hard enough with both hands, you can lift them up in the air. You might drop and scatter them if you're not experienced, but it's still not that difficult. However, it's not that easy for the wall. The Yamahai usually consists of 17 tiles. And plus, there are 2 rows on top of each other. This is the important part. It's not as simple as lifting up 2 rows of 17 tiles on top of each other. You must lift up the 17 tiles from the top row, and only the 4 tiles on the edges of the bottom row. By setting them on the 13 tiles from your hand placed behind the wall, you can bury your hand in the wall, and the lower 13 tiles that remain from moving the wall become your new hand. This is the ultimate technique. The Tsubame Gaishi. It's a technique that lets you switch all 13 tiles in a split second. You can do it, Satoko. I could see Satoko trying to concentrate. She was supposed to be doing this more naturally, since it's a technique for cheating. But since for the moment it was just performance, I suppose it's fine. Someone audibly swallowed, and at that exact moment, she made her move. There! Crash. She had put too much strength into it. Her tiles fell apart. Oh no! I can't do it. It's not that easy, you know. I see, but I think I understood the gist of it from Mion's explanation. Let me try it. I'm going to try too. Guess I have to master this now. This one now, or else I'll be troublesome later on. I'm trying it too then. All of us except Mion took a seat and started piling up the tiles. Everybody except Mion. That sounds suspicious. At a glance, you look like small children who are just playing with tiles. They're actually practicing the Tsubame Gaishi. I'm proud of how my club members are growing up to be decent kids. My hands and Satoko's hands are about the same size. She can do it, I know I can too. Of course, I can't really use this trick during a real game. We were just playing around, but I was having a good time. I've never done this before in my 100 years of life. I think my hands are slowing down. So frustrated. So hard just to lift up the first 13 tiles. How? Listen, Reina. You have to use your pinky fingers. There you go. It's going to explode if you push too strongly. But you have to use enough strength to lift it up. It's difficult, isn't it? It's very difficult to lift up the first 13 tiles to begin with. Not everyone can get past this stage. Satoko was doing well the first time, but she lost her concentration and is dropping her tiles now. I took Keiichi's advice and supported the tiles with my pinky fingers and lifted it up. I did it. Meep. I lifted up the first 13 tiles. Good for you. Rika-chan has a lead on us. We need to do better. You're good at this. Can you do the next step? It's not that easy. I really want to get it right before anyone else. That's what we're racing towards right now. Hehe. I'm going to do it. Is Rika-chan going to be the first one? You're done if you pull off the next move. That one is so difficult. Go, Rika! This is the hard part. I had to lift up the whole top row and only 4 tiles from the bottom row. I probably didn't need to use too much force. I can do this. Crash. How? Too bad. With the number of tiles increased to 17, it got more difficult, didn't it? Going to do this before everyone else. Probably be a punishment for those who can't make it. What? Is that true, Mion? I wonder what I should do. There were only 4 seats, so Mion wasn't even in the game. Does that mean she could set up a punishment with no risk to herself? How? It's not fair, you're not even playing me, Chan. If you have time to complain, you should practice harder. This is getting interesting. Hehe. I thought we came all the way to Okonomiya to get donations for the auction. Why were we doing this now? Though that's why I love hanging out with these people. Wasn't for them, I would have lost my soul a long time ago. I would have become a worthless piece of flesh. I've heard that rabbits can die from loneliness, but humans are no different. Humans can also die from boredom. Hanyu, I really do think this world is special. I know all of these events could happen individually, but now they're all happening at the same time. This is like a miracle.
Your fate really was too unfortunate up to this point. You deserve this kind of happiness every once in a while. You're right. If I have such a miserable and deadly fate, I do deserve some happiness that evens out the sadness. I felt like the luck I'd been getting in this life was something that I'd been saving up for 100 years. The people I love are all healthy and happy. I also asked Takano to reinforce my security. I don't know if she really will, but she promised me. She never did that in my previous lives. I think her reaction to my request was the best one so far. In fact, she was skipping on her way back home. She must have been in a good mood. I was sorry for breaking the family rules, but I think it was worth it. I told them that their lives were also in danger, but I doubt they really believed that. They didn't seem too frightened by it. I'd have to give them a final warning on the night of Watanagashi. If I try warning them too often, they'd never believe me. Does that mean there's nothing in this world for me to do in... Does that mean there's nothing for me to do in this world right now? I don't know. But the moment of truth is here. It's impossible to tell. I'm blessed with miraculously good fortune in this world. I gave it my best effort using all my previous experience. But did I do enough? I wish I could have my fortune told. I just wanted someone to tell me that I did everything right. Please tell me what my fortune is. And as soon as I made the wish, God granted it to me. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, crap. Oh, no. Certainly heard a low voice. Keiichi and Reina dropped their tiles as soon as they heard it. Hey, Oishi-san. What are you doing at a toy store during work hours? Yep. This son of a bitch. Hello there. Don't worry, I'm off duty today. You mean bad luck today? What are you all doing here? Looked like Oishi was ordering something from the owner. I wondered what this old guy wanted from a toy store of all places. Mion was wondering the same, and she asked him instead of me. My mahjong mat is warped because I kept it rolled up in storage for a long time. The green cloth is peeling off the underside of my kotatsu board too, so I couldn't use that one either. You play mahjong at home? That's a nice way to spend your day off. Perhaps you got in trouble at the mahjong bar and they banned you from going in there or something. No way, no way. I'm a gentleman in any public establishment. I'd never cause any trouble like that. Anyway, you kids like mahjong? Well, I figured that young people didn't even know about the game. Please don't underestimate my club. We'll play anything that has a winner and a loser. We never turn our backs to a battle. We play mahjong, slot machines, horse racing, boat racing, calligraphy, flower arrangement, and croquet. I think she'll make us fit in the middle of a lava pit someday. It's okay, Rika-chan. Even if you die on that battlefield, you'll come back out of nowhere 2 or 3 chapters later. I have no idea what Keiichi-san and Rika are talking about. What are you guys doing? Are you piling up the tiles? No, not that. We're practicing the Tsubame Gaishi. You're practicing the Tsubame Gaishi? Haha, oh dear. He's the one who showed me how to do the Tsubame Gaishi earlier today. What did you just say? It's not like I can use it in a real game, but it's one of the tricks I can do. Oishi-san, you please show it to us? I really want to master that technique. If I don't, I'm going to be in real trouble this winter. Sure, let me show it to you. You must be the boy from the Maimara mansion. Oh, sorry, yes I am. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I moved here recently. Nice to meet you. Hey, you never met him before? This is Oishi-san from the police department. He's on the festival committee as head of the security team, so you'll see him at the meeting too. I've heard about you. They say you're always full of energy. I've been looking forward to meeting you because everyone is saying that you're going to be a great auction host. You'll have such a big responsibility at the festival. Surprised you accepted the offer. You have a lot of courage.
But I'll do my best since I took on the job, so I hope things go well. I'm Keiichi Maibara. It'll be a pleasure working with you. You're also a very polite young man. I'm impressed. I'm Oishi from the Okonomiya PD. You can call me Kura-chan if you want.
Consider my seat, Oishi.
Oh, thank you. Let me show you the trick then. He rapidly gathered up the tiles. I could tell that he'd been doing it for a long time.
I heard that judo fighters can tell their opponent's rank just by looking at how he ties his belt.
It's just like that. Thank you for complimenting me already. Alright, are you ready? I'm going to do it now. There, you, go. Thud, swish, clack, clack. All done. I'm all done now. Oh, that was fast. We all broke out in cheers. You often hear the audience cheer for a big performance on TV, but it really was more impressive seeing in person. He did it so quickly, too. He made it look so simple that anyone could do it, but everyone here knows that it's very difficult to do. That was why we were all impressed at how easily he performed the trick.
How? You're amazing.
You're so good. That was incredible. I'm seriously impressed. You teach me in slow motion? Sure, why not? Try and do what I do. It's more difficult slow motion, but pay attention to how I use my fingers, especially my pinkies. First of all, okay, I got that one. What do I do? Then you do it like this. No, don't lift it up. Try and think of it as sliding forward. Don't push it. Just slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. Slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. There, damn it! You don't need any strength. You can't make any noise, you know? You have to do it silently, like a ninja. Silently like a ninja. Try one more time. Strange. Never seen Keiichi and Oishi play mahjong together.
Keiichi and Oishi look like they could become good friends. I guess that's like male bonding or something. Oishi usually appears only after Takano and Tomatake get murdered on the night at the Watanagashi. He has only ever appeared on the scene as a detective. He always approached Keiichi as a detective, so he never thought of him as someone he could trust. He only thought of Keiichi as a decoy to expose the culprits among the villagers, or some nonsense like that. So even when you see it, it's hard to believe that Keiichi and Oishi are having a good time together like friends. Never seen Keiichi and Oishi getting along with each other. I know. It's my first time, too. Am I supposed to react to this? Thought it was a bad thing when I first saw Oishi today. I couldn't understand this world at all. My heart was pounding and I had the strong feeling that I'd roll a 6 every time I threw the die. Should roll it again. I think I'll roll a 6 again. I'll know it before I roll it. I will roll that 6. I'll finally defeat my deadly fate. Welcome to our store. Oh, there you are. Oishi-san, I got it for you. My heart started racing. The voice sounded so familiar I'd heard it before. That couldn't be right. Hanyu always warned me. Don't expect too much, it couldn't be him. Oh. Akasaka-san. Thank you very much. Did you have any trouble finding the store? I'm sorry, I got lost. Who knows where I would be if that nice postman didn't help me. A young man was standing there. What's the guy? He was wearing a casual outfit and holding a plastic bag in his hand. I always thought Akasaka wore a shirt and tie. He also seemed much smaller. He looked at me as I stared at him. Normally, you look away when you make eye contact with a stranger. We stare at each other without averting our gazes. Is that you, Akasaka? And you're our Rika-chan. Huh? You know him? Akasaka-san, you knew Furude-san? That's a big surprise. It's been so long. You grew taller, didn't you? You seem stronger, too. This is Mamoru Akasaka.
He's a detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Safety Department. He sometimes show up in Hinamizawa in 1978. He has no relation to Hinamizawa, my deadly curse. But outside the village, he's the person I trust the most. I've asked for his help in the past several times, but nothing ever came of it. He's from so far away. He forgets about me once he returns to Tokyo. That's why I'd given up on him. Why are you here in Hinamizawa again? I left my daughter with my parents, and I came here on a trip with my wife. Your wife? Yeah. You saved her life. Heh, must have no idea. Wait, what? Saka loves his wife so much. Was it 5 years ago? Mizuno took me out for a business trip, but he suddenly abandoned his job to return to her side. That's how much he loves her. Oh, that's so romantic. He warned me that something bad was going to happen if I didn't go back to Tokyo. It really concerned me, so I went right back to the hospital where Yuki was. Then I heard that a janitor got in an accident on the stairs that led to the rooftop that day. Tiles on the stairs were loose. The janitor fell down the stairs and got seriously injured. I knew that was going to happen, because I'd seen him lose his mind after hearing about his wife's death. Death in a life I lived a long time ago. Falling down the stairs seems like just the luck of the draw. I didn't think it would happen all the time, but it had happened to him over and over. So I thought there must be some kind of reason behind it. I guessed it was because of the broken tiles on the stairs. If he didn't show up at the hospital that day, his wife would have gone up those stairs. It was her daily routine, but she didn't go because he showed up. Meanwhile, the janitor went up the stairs and got injured. Rika-chan saved Yukie's life. Not sure if that's really true. Sakasaka-san has no doubt that you saved his wife's life. He really wanted to meet you again. Rika's good at predicting things sometimes, though. That's because she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro. Oops. Kuma-chan and Sato-san should be here soon. We'd have to hurry, Akasaka-san. Well, my bar-san, let's do this again. I'll teach you something more useful next time. Sure. Thank you very much. See you again, Rika-chan. How long are you staying here, Akasaka? I'll be here until after Watanagashi. Kind of long for a vacation, isn't it? They told me that I need to use my vacation days. I just finished a big job, so my boss told me to take some time off. I'll be there at the festival. I heard that it's going to be a huge event. That's right. More than just the drinking party you had last time. Akasaka-san, let's go. Saved Yuki's life. Going to make it up to you one day. That time comes, I'll lend you my strength. I will be killed in June of 1983. It's been 5 years and I'm stronger and more experienced. I'm different now. I'm sure I can help you. I felt like I rolled a 6 without even throwing the die. Akasaka followed Oishi and ran outside into the bright sunlight. Hanyu, this also seemed like luck to you? Ow. It seems like fate is on your side this time. Remember that day we had held a club activity in this toy store? The moment I refused to play the fishing game? This world started changing. My strong will is changing the path of fate. My strong will is going to change my fate. If I have a strong will, I can also change these results. We rode our bikes back home together. I was in a good mood. I almost felt like humming a song. I could feel my deadly fate slowly falling to pieces. I felt like my fate was urging me to move on. Just like the sun and the moon during an eclipse, the wheels of my fortune were perfectly matched for the first time in a long time. This really might have been a miracle. This wasn't like the true miracle of Kiichi remembering the past. It was good fortune within expectations, but when it was arranged this well, it was enough to be considered a miracle. Actually, just hold on just a couple minutes. Just real quick. Sorry, just a moment. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so good in June of 1983. My name is Rika Furude. My ominous fate was moving away from me. With each step I took, that deadly fate withdrew further and further. I'd have to stay strong and take advantage of this miracle. I moved forward at high speed. Watanagashi was so close. My luck and effort had brought a miracle. And so, I will defeat my fate. This time for sure. Go for it. Yay! The next moment, something happened. Keiichi had accidentally scratched a motorcycle that was parked by the street. A group of 3 delinquents were trying to intimidate him. What shall we do? Just watch. I have the power to get rid of them now. I think we should just call the police. Don't worry, Satoko. Leave it up to me. Rika! Hey, Rika! I walked toward the delinquents even as they grabbed Keiichi by his collar. What the hell are these pathetic guys? Are they trying to stand in my way when I'm trying to have a happy future? Nope. Thank you for the fluid check. Should I teach them that nothing can stop me now? I know I'm rolling a 6 without even throwing the die. Say something, you punk. Are you listening to me? They continued to grab Keiichi's shirt. Keiichi, Mion and Reina were staring at them with a vicious look in their eyes. I got in between them. Huh? What the hell do you want? Ouch. Get the hell out of here. Don't even think about ruining my fate. Plucked his nose with my fingers again. I never expected that a little girl like me would attack him. He seemed surprised, but he quickly returned to being angry. Then he picks me up by my collar, too. Rika-chan! Stop it, you jerks, let her go! Ow. Rika! Do you have a plan? No, I don't. But I'm trying to prove that this is nothing compared to the power I have now. If I can't deal with this situation, I'll never escape from my deadly fate. I rolled the die, knowing what I was going to get. I knew that I'd be rolling a 6. The next moment, 2 men in working overalls came up to the 3 delinquents and tapped them on the shoulders. Let go of her. She's just a little kid, you know? Who the hell are you? They started a fight. Shut up and go away. Those workingmen weren't just random people who were passing by. I knew who they were. Let's have a talk over there. One of the men pushed the 3 delinquents to the side of the street. The other man spoke to me in a calm voice. Are you okay, Rika-san? Thank you very much. You saved us. He lended me his hand so I could stand up. Off with you now. We'll take care of the rest. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much. You sure we can go now? Yes. Don't worry about us. Thank you very much. Are these people we know somehow? That's previous things. I could hardly believe that Keiichi-san was so weak. Let's go, everyone. Got back on our bikes in a hurry and left the scene. They had no idea who saved us, but we were glad. All of us were safe. I knew who they were. Those must have been the security guards who work for Takano. Takano kept her promise. Oh, okay. They're not specifically we know, but those guys are professional bodyguards. They only do what they're ordered to do, but they make sure their mission is complete. Chicano told them to protect me. That's the best protection I can get. After we left the scene, a white van with 2 men in it followed us. Nightingale reporting. R is moving to the safe zone. We will continue escorting her. This is Heron. Roger that. Everything was working in my favor for the first time ever. The pedals seemed so light that day. I felt like I could fly in the sky if I wanted to. Butterfly in the sky? I could go twice as high? Take a look, it's in a book? Reading Rainbow? Received a new chip before the flight. Oh gosh, it's with this bitch. I guess we're gonna learn what happened. Here's your plane ticket. Don't be late. You'll get the rest of the money when you get there. Thanks a lot. Here, Mamiya. Yeah, thank you. I've always wanted to go to Sapporo. Are you sure Hojo wasn't suspicious of you? Don't worry. He's stupid. He's got a big dick and a big attitude, but that's all he's got going for him. That's so. Next moment, they heard several cars coming toward them. The man looked out of the window and saw 3 black cars screeching to a halt by the apartment building. Several intimidating men emerged from those cars. Some of them even looked up toward the window. He quickly hid himself behind the curtain. Shit, they're here. Run. Are you serious? But why? Come on, Mamiya. They're going to kill you. They heard the men running up the stairs. They sounded angry. Is this what they could have fired for? I'm guess.
It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mamiya. Alright, next, let's go. Whoa. What the deuce is going on? It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer, one that wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartments lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to rot, as well as bicycles and cars on the side of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive. Oh wait, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at this time was visiting it voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. Oh shit. It's Hojo. The motorcycle stopped in front of a 2-story apartment, one that could hardly be called neat, even as flattery. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When a nearby housewife hanging out the laundry noticed him, she called out, "Well, hello there. It's quite hot today again, isn't it?" "Ah, got that right. Felt like I'm gonna boil out there." Or maybe it isn't? I don't... Suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body. I felt like something bad was about to happen for no reason. Everybody gets this feeling in a different way. Some people get a twitch in their eyelids or some kind of movement in their ears. In my case, I get goosebumps. Satoko was supposed to have cooked dinner tonight. We didn't have much inside the refrigerator, so I asked her to go grocery shopping. I was just watching TV and relaxing while I waited for her. She was usually back by the time my cartoon was over, after which she'd start cooking dinner. But my cartoon was over. The news had started, and Satoko wasn't home yet. Satoko sometimes waited until they had a sale at the store. In that case, she'd usually come home late. That must be what was happening. It was too early for me to start worrying about her. But, I can't explain this feeling. I can't explain it, but I feel extremely worried. Once I started feeling like that, I couldn't just sit in the room and wait for her. Oh crap, it was Haojo, wasn't it? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you? Or well, Tepe to be specific. I thought she might know where Satoko might be, but she's never around when I need her. Hanyu was not with me 24 hours a day. She sometimes falls asleep, and sometimes she goes out for walks. Though in her case, it's not a walk, but more like a stalk. She follows people around when she finds someone interesting, and she enjoys observing them. Anyway, I had no choice. I'd have to find Satoko on my own. I had a good idea of which stores Satoko goes to. I should check around those first. We're in Hinamizawa. If I ask people, they'd tell me where she went. Hello there, Rika-chama. It's a blessing to see you here. Nipa, did Satoko come here today by any chance? I haven't seen Satoko-chan here. Well, I've been out here all day, so I would have seen her if she was here. I didn't even have time to say thanks. I ran to the next store. People were greeting me and waving at me. I'd usually smile and greet them back, but I had no time for that at the moment. Satoko, Satoko, Satoko. I need Satoko in my life. I was able to survive for so long because of her support. Without her, this world would be so empty and boring. Satoko was nonchalant and optimistic, unlike me. I've learned so many things from her over the past 100 years, but I still need to learn more from her. Satoko, Satoko. People stare at me as I ran by them, screaming out her name. I don't care what they thought, though. Satoko, Satoko, Satoko. Why are they looking at me like that? I'm looking for Satoko. Somebody tell me where she is. My heart was convulsing inside my body like a fish out of water. What little stamina I have. I hate my body for being so young. You know, the store on the corner always has a sale in the evening. She might be there. I went to a few different places, but I still couldn't find her anywhere. The people I talked to gave me advice on where to go, but I couldn't find her in any of the places they suggested. I continued to run, looking for her. I continued to run, even when I bumped into people. I don't know. I had so many customers, I can't remember. Only a few places in Himizawa where we can go grocery shopping. It shouldn't be that difficult to find her, so why couldn't I? Wah! I tripped on something in the street and fell flat on the ground. Ouch. I injured my hand on a small rock embedded in the ground. I didn't feel much pain, even though I said ouch. It just felt hot. Oops, as if I tried touching a frying pan. Suddenly, someone handed me a pretty handkerchief. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Reina. Did you see Satoko anywhere? Reina was carrying a grocery bag. I heard that Satoko bumps into Reina often when she goes grocery shopping. They tend to choose the same stores. Satoko-chan? No, I didn't see her today. Was she out grocery shopping? Yes. You didn't see her? No, I didn't. But there's no way she would have missed the big sale at the market today. I was there, but I didn't see her. My brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. It took me a while to understand what Reina was talking about. I understood that Reina didn't see Satoko, but that wasn't the point. They had a huge sale in the market today? There's no way that Satoko would miss that sale. But she still didn't see her there. What was that supposed to mean? What happened? Did she leave her wallet at home or something? Well, couldn't find the right words to explain. Should I tell her I feared that something bad happened to Satoko, and that's why I was looking for her? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't think too deeply about why she hadn't returned home. No, do it. What's wrong? Can I help out? Talk to me. I knew she was just trying to help me. I even thought I needed someone to help me just a few minutes before. Now she was there. I had no idea what I was supposed to say. No, that's not it. Truth is, I know. Somehow I know. I wouldn't have to know if I was someone else. But I have to know this. Rika Furude has to know what's going on. I know it. I remember it. I knew this was coming. I've experienced a world before where Satoko suddenly disappeared. But the possibility for that happening is as low as Akasaka showing up in Hinamizawa. It only happened randomly in other lives. This is not the first time. It happened before, too. I should see it for myself. I need to see if I'd gotten stuck inside a devastating world again. Will you talk to me? I'm sorry. Goodbye. Hey, Rika-chan. I started running. I couldn't pretend like I didn't know where she was. Please. Don't tell me that I was blessed only up to this point. That I'm about to fall back into my unfortunate fate from here on. Oh, welcome on in, Pyro. Thank you for coming by. I thought that this world was different. I thought I could move on to a happy future. I thought I would be able to defeat my deadly fate in this life. But this was just horrible. It was horrible that this was happening to this world. I was standing in front of the place that I hate most in Hinamizawa. Yes, it's Satoko's real home, the Haojo residence. I'd been living with her since last fall, so this house was empty. In the beginning, she used to come back here to pick up her clothing and other necessities. But when she moved most of her stuff to my house, Satoko stayed away from this place. This was a sad place for Satoko, because all she could remember of it was the horrible time she spent with her uncle and aunt, and the memory of her missing brother Satoshi. That's why she never wanted to come back here. But that wasn't the reason I hate the house. It's because I know what happens whenever this house becomes an issue in my life. Oh God, please. Please bless me with just one more fortune. I closed my eyes and prayed, and I slowly opened them. The window was open on the second floor. I saw a faded curtain swinging inside. As soon as I saw that, my knees realized what was going on, even before my mind processed it. In the next moment, I lost strength in my legs and collapsed on the ground. I saw an unfamiliar motorcycle parked by the house. I also saw laundry and a futon hanging outside. I was certain that someone was living here. It was proof that someone was living inside this house. It's never good when there's someone living inside this house. This was very, very bad. I knew exactly why. I knew why because I felt like I wanted to act, like I didn't know. Rika? Satoko. Ah, fuck. The bastard's back for sure. Satoko went outside to take the futon in and noticed me. Rika. Satoko looked down and forced herself to smile. I felt so sad. It wasn't just her expression. I could tell that her left cheek was red and swollen. Satoko, don't stay here, let's go home. I took her hand, but she still looked down without squeezing back. Rika, I think going to go back to this house. Why is that? My uncle came back and told me we should live together in this house. I know that's not what you want. You don't want to live with your mean uncle. But I have no choice. Go back to your house, he'll come and get me. I don't want to cause any trouble for you. She gave up with a sad smile. She looks exactly how she looked 1 year ago in 1982. Her uncle only slapped her face. She's back to being the Satoko from 1982. The cheerful Satoko that I knew until yesterday could no longer be found. I took care of Satoko and tried to heal her wounded heart for over a year. She finally got her smile back, but her uncle took it all away with just one slap to her face. A broken soul can recover over time, but her damaged heart can never be fixed completely. I just took the broken pieces and put them back together. The cracks in her heart will always be there. That's why she won't come with me, no matter how hard I tried to pull her hand. She couldn't get over the fear. She knew just how scary her uncle could be. Satoko, what the hell are you doing? You'd better not go anywhere. I heard a disgusting voice from inside the house. Satoko stared at the ground. Her shoulders were shaking. Who the hell is this? Came out and stood right behind her. It's nothing. I just bumped into my friend. I don't care. Go inside and clean the bathtub. I want to take a bath, you idiot. Satoko scampered back inside the house like a terrified small animal. I feel devastated as I watch her go. Were you asking her out to play? Sorry, but she's busy taking care of chores. I'm her uncle. I've been out for a while on a business trip. Finally back in the village, you know. Liar. He only showed up because his lover went missing. In another world, I once let my hatred out on him. Then he inflicted that anger in equal turn onto Satoko. So I couldn't allow the dark flames burning within my chest to reflect in my eyes. Since I couldn't make myself smile, and I couldn't insult him, all I could do was give him a short bow and run away from the scene. Intimidated by my scary face, huh? I heard his hideous laughter from behind me. I cried as I ran away. I couldn't stop crying. I thought this was a perfect world up until today. Why was God doing this to me? It was too cruel. But I couldn't give up yet. Couldn't do anything, but I still had hope for this world. I didn't think the luck I had until yesterday was just a random thing. Back to my house in a hurry. I needed to make a phone call. I didn't know the number because it was my first time calling the place. Please be calling Shion. Please be calling Shion. Because if this were just she specifically is taking on the protect Satoko thing, then... And she's definitely up on the scariest. Trying to think of, in this series, who's the scariest? I think I'd say, like, Reina, and then Shion. Shion maybe first.
Didn't know that. I looked inside the phone book, found it easily, made a call to that number.
Yes, hi, Foxglove. Yep. Yep. That was kind of my reaction when I first realized the...
Hello? Didn't expect to get a call from you, Furuta-san. Can I do for you?
I already knew that Oishi could never save Satoko, based on what I've seen in my previous lives. For him, Satoko was only a good way to get at the Sonozaki family. Her uncle is probably his prey in that regard, too. Even if I talked to him about her situation, he would do nothing to save her. The thing he'd tell me to do would be to call the Child Consultation Center.
Oh. That's right, to talk with Akasaka. Is he there?
Akasaka-san went to the hot springs in Wakura with his wife.
Wakura? It's not any way near here. Thought he was staying here until Watanagashi.
I heard he's going to stay in a hotel owned by a relative of his. I wish I could go too.
What?
Want to know where Wakura is? It's in the Ishikawa prefecture on the Noto Peninsula.
No way. Told me they was staying here until Watanagashi. I thought he meant he was staying in Inamizawa. But, did he actually mean this area of the country in general? Did you get a hold of him somehow? It's a meaningless question. There's no way I could get him to come here. He's enjoying his trip with his wife. Even if I can talk to him on the phone, he'd probably only tell me to call the Child Consultation Center or something. I don't know where he's staying. I heard it's a very famous luxury hotel, so I can make a pretty good guess.
I'm sure they won't give me the room number since they're strict about customer privacy these days.
Okay then. Did Akasaka tell you that he's coming to the Watanagashi festival?
Yes, he did. He's coming back here after the hot springs. They stayed here for only one night, and then left for the Noto Peninsula. I'm sure they'll be back before the day of the festival. He said he'd be back with a souvenir for you.
Terrible. Thought it was too good to be true. I knew it was kind of strange for him to stay in a boring place like this. My luck seemed to be turning. This might not be a surprise, though. Just like I can roll a 6 3 times in a row. I can roll a 1 3 times in a row, too. Happy things and unhappy things can happen with equal probability.
Hello? If you want to leave a message, I'll take it for you. Looked at the calendar on the wall. I didn't know when he was coming back, but I was certain he wouldn't be for at least one more week. Thought back to the past to try and remember what happened.
That guy will break Satoko apart in 1 week. I couldn't wait that long. I had to give up on seeking help from Akasaka. That's okay.
Still had one more option. One more person I could rely on.
That's all right. Thank you for your help. Nipa.
But the phone after thanking him. I couldn't make a phone call to the next person. I'd have to talk to him in person. Put on my shoes and headed to the Irie clinic. Clinic's hours were over for the day. There was usually no one here after that. However, since Tomatake was here, they should still be inside the building for a meeting. They had to be there. Front door of the clinic was locked, as I expected. Went around to the back door and rang the bell. The whole clinic is nervous when Tomatake is around. They usually ignore visitors, but I'm special.
What's wrong?
I heard you had an emergency.
You need me to? That doesn't sound good.
Irie and Takano showed up soon after I was taken to the visitor's room. If Rike Furude has emergency, then it's a priority for these two people. Most important person in this village.
Could it be? Someone's trying to get you?
You're protected at all times by the elite security of the Mountain Dogs. They've been watching you since the day we made that promise. Hehehe. I had no doubt about that. They saved me right away when we had that confrontation with those 3 delinquents the other day.
So, I have a favor to ask. I want you to save Satoko from danger. What happened to Satoko-chan?
Irie doesn't have that much power alone, even if he really wants to save her. But Takano controls the Mountain Dogs, so she does have that power. In my previous lives, I was never able to get help from the Mountain Dogs, because I wasn't on good terms with Takano. But this world is different. I have a better relationship with her in this life, and she even kept the promise she made. I trust their ability completely now. Teppei Haocho-san is back. That's horrible. It's mainly Satoko's aunt who was abusing her last year, but Irie knows that her uncle was violent with her too. I told them that Satoko had gone back to the same condition she was in the previous year. I don't know what will happen. I need you to help me save Satoko. Irie seemed to want to do something for her, but he didn't know exactly what to do. What shall we do? Shall we call the police and let them know? I don't know about that. At this point, all he did was come back and take her in as legal guardian, right? It's not like she's been seriously injured by him. That's not the case, right? No, it hasn't happened yet. It's only a matter of time. Something bad is going to happen if we don't do anything. I hate to say that it's only a matter of time. I knew how she was going to get abused and how she was going to end up. I've seen it in the past. I really wanted to tell them about it, but I couldn't do that. It happened in this world yet. They just think I was imagining it. I think you should call the Child Consultation Center first. I remember. Satoko-chan made a false report to the Child Consultation Center once. I wonder if they would take her seriously. The answer is no. My friends contacted the Child Consultation Center several times in the past, but Satoko always refuses their help. She claims that she isn't being abused. The Satoko from 1983 might have asked for their help, but currently, she was the Satoko from 1982. For her, living with her uncle reminds her of the time when Satoshi was around. She feels like Satoshi will come back if she can live strongly, without always relying on her brother. Even if the Child Consultation Center were to take the case seriously, it's just too late. I tried to remember. Most recent world I experienced, it only took a few days after Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle. It only took a few days for him to tear her heart apart. We had no time to waste. We needed to take action quickly. Can't really do anything unless she seeks help. I think Dr. Irie can call the police, but that's about it. I'm very sorry. It's not it. I want you to help her, Takano. Ray and Takano looked shocked, and both went quiet. They didn't expect me to seek help from Takano. You mean you want us to take a much bolder action? I'm here to ask for that. I wouldn't be here this late otherwise. I understand, but Irie, if you truly cherish Satoko, then please just listen to me this once. Please save Satoko. In less than a few days, she'll really end up in a horrible shape. That's already guaranteed. If you try to wait and see how things go, it'll be no different than watching her die. Have you forgotten how Satoko was last year, Irie? She's already averted that state, right this very second. In a few more days, it'll already be too late to do anything. All I could do was stare at him, believing that Irie could see the future only I knew. The tragic end awaiting Satoko reflected in my eyes. Irie remained silent for too long a time to call it brief. Someone trying to think of some excuse to avoid the issue wouldn't go silent that long. He was recalling Satoko's terrible state last year, and seriously considering if my plea was as urgent as I made it out to be. I know that he really cares about her. That's why I needed his help. What shall we do? Ray nodded and looked up. I guess he finally came to a conclusion. I just hope it's a positive one. Takano-san, please do what Rika-chan wants you to do. Irie, remember how hopeless I felt when I couldn't do anything to save Satoko-chan last year? I want to take this chance and save her this time. But Doctor... Takano didn't think that Irie would make that decision. She seemed shocked to hear his response. I would like to ask you as the director of this clinic. Please, help Satoko-chan. Dr. Irie, what do you mean when you say to help her? Please calm down. Satoko-chan is very important to us. She has greatly contributed to our research for a long time. Protecting her is considered one of your work orders. Ray continued, though Takano tried to persuade him. Kyosuke Irie is asking you, as your boss, please save Satoko-chan. I stared into Takano's eyes together with him. I thought you and Satoko were friends. Please help her, as her friend. Help her? That's a hypocritical way of saying it. You're not telling me to kidnap her and lock her up somewhere safe. Want me to help her, so she can have a normal, happy life. In other words, you want her uncle dead, right? You have the right to make the ultimate decision of how you're going to save her. If you don't want to, I don't mind making that decision. Irie. No, Section Chief. Carry out your order. Both you and I will be responsible for it. Are you sure you're ready for that? I looked at his face. Unlike me, Irie has many things to lose. I knew that Takano's words would shake him emotionally. However, Irie was determined. Yes, that's fine. If I'm called for to defend my actions, that's better than betraying my own heart. Impressive show from someone who doesn't know what a hearing's like. If you do it quietly, they may not find out about it in Tokyo. Everyone will be happy that way. All risk and no reward. If you want, I'll show you more treasures in the shrine. Never restrict you from seeing those things. Please help me. The risk she's taking is larger than the reward I'm offering. But that's about the only thing I can offer her. I don't care about the traditions of the Furude Shrine, as long as I can save my friend from her suffering. Fine. I don't want to be the bad guy here. She forced a smile and accepted the favor I asked for. Oh crap, they gotta kill Tepe? Yay! I mean, how tragic. Anyway. Thank you, Takano-san. Want you to make the decision of how to save her. I have a meeting with Okanagi later to plan out the mission. Not later, it has to be now. She promised to save Satoko, but she still wasn't motivated for it. It'd be too late if she didn't do something right now. Tried to make Takano understand that this is an urgent matter. And that's right. Ike-chan and I want to see some kind of result right now. Sorry for asking you this at this time, but can you please contact them now? You guys are so passionate about her. Okay. It might take a few minutes. Thank you very much. No problem. It's an order from my boss. I'll do whatever I can. And just don't forget that promise you made, Rika-chan. I promise. I'll even serve you some rice cakes and tea when you come to the shrine. Takano smiled slightly and left the room. Once we finally heard her footsteps fade away, the tension in the room dissolved. Irie offered me something to drink, but I refused. He must have thought everything was taken care of, but I couldn't relax until Satoko was physically returned to me. Ray. Does she have enough medication with her? Her uncle will keep her locked inside the house, so she won't be able to come here for a while. Fortunately, I gave her a stock of medicine and needles last week. She should be fine for a while. However, her mental state can't be controlled by the medication. If she gets too stressed, that can really cause some damage. That will happen within a few days. Takano hadn't come back yet. I thought it would be bad news if she came back too early. But I started feeling nervous after she had taken so long. Irie insisted that I go home because it was getting very late. I couldn't go home and relax, however, till I heard from her that everything was taken care of. I had to wait for her to come back. I needed to deal with this tension until then. Over an hour later, Takano finally returned. I'm sorry it took so long. How did it go? She was looking for the right words. I get a very bad feeling from her reaction alone. Unfortunately, it won't go as easy as we hoped anymore. Why is that? There was a murder case in Okonomiya not too long ago. The police suspect Tepe Haujo with the involvement in the crime, and they have him marked. A murder case? What do you mean? Some woman named Mamiya laid her hands on the Sonozaki family's earnings and was murdered to set an example. Apparently, the police have taken an interest in the relationship between the Haojos and the Sonozakis. Turns out that woman was Teppei Haojo's lover. Watanagashi is getting close too. The police want to prevent the 5th curse of Oishiro this year, so they've marked Teppei Haojo as the candidate for this year's victim, and started casting their lines. What do you mean by lines? They suspect they can reel in the true culprit behind Oishiro's curse, if they keep their eyes on Teppei Haojo. So, you mean... Rika-chan, I'm very sorry, but the mountain dogs can't do anything to him until the police stop spying on him. No. I thought the mountain dog could perform any mission, no matter how difficult. That's only when we plan it out carefully with extensive preparation. Usually we take a long time to observe the target, and we look for the right opportunity. It can take between 6 months and 1 year for a mission like this. Remember, we're a secret organization. We must remain out of the spotlight. If our secret is revealed, everything is over. It's too risky for us to target someone like him. Then when is the right opportunity coming? It'll be after Watanagashi at the earliest. To the festival, the police will stop watching him. That would be too late. She's saying it'd be after Watanagashi. I didn't even know if that was a day or after or a year after. She also said, usually takes at least 6 months to prepare this kind of mission. That's too long. Thought this world was different. That hope was slipping through my fingers. So how can we save Satoko-chan? Think it's best to follow the rules. To report this to the police or the Child Consultation Center. We can even talk to the school. I did that so many times, but it never worked. Iri and Takano were surprised. They had never expected me to raise my voice. In fact, I didn't think myself that I would react this way, but I couldn't keep my emotions in check after Takano suggested all those meaningless solutions. I've cooperated with you guys all this time. I never asked for anything, and I just gave you my support. Now you can't save Satoko. With all that power you have, why are you so afraid of saving her? The police and public services are useless. Guys only take advantage of us and never actually help. Fine, I get it now. I now know that this world is nothing but a dead end. I'm not interested in you guys anymore. I don't care about this world anymore. That's right, I can never escape my fate. Same old fate that I keep on repeating. You just burn to death in the mountains. You just take sleeping pills and commit suicide. I'll die just like I always do too. I'll lose my life without knowing how I'm killed. This life is nothing but a dead end. I was born to be killed in this world. Die, everyone die. There's no meaning to this world anymore. I can't put words to my emotions anymore, and I started to cry. So lucky up until yesterday. I had so much hope in my heart, but it had all been for nothing. It felt like everything was falling apart. I've lived for more than 100 years. I've lived longer than a normal human lifetime. I thought I was blessed with good fortune for the first time in my life. This would never happen to me again. I thought a miracle had occurred, but everything was shattered. I cried and cursed this world. I needed to give up on my life as soon as possible. Satoko would be waiting for me with a smile in my next one. I wanted to go see her, but what happened to the Satoko in this world? What would happen if I abandoned her? I didn't know, and I didn't care. Satoko, Satoko. I'm a witch who has lived for 100 years, but I still couldn't rid myself of the human emotions in my heart. I didn't get anything to eat because Satoko was supposed to be making dinner tonight. But I didn't have an appetite anyway, so I figured I should just go to bed. I still had to make lunch for the next day, though. Satoko might come to school tomorrow. I rinsed the rice, hoping that I wouldn't have to waste the lunch that I was making for the two of us. I had to stop thinking like that, or I knew it was a waste to make her lunch. I knew that Satoko wasn't coming to school ever again. I felt so miserable while rinsing the rice. A tear started dropping into it as I thought about her. How was this happening in this world? I thought everything changed when Keiichi gave that doll to Mion. That world, Mion pretended to be her sister for a week and got closer to Keiichi. But that hasn't happened this time. I thought we would be having a good time until the festival. Huh? That's odd. Wasn't that club activity 2 weeks before Wachinagashi? I had realized something. The club activity was exactly the same, but it happened 1 week earlier than in the world I knew of it. It was 1 week earlier than in my previous life. I get it now. I thought I was familiar with this world, but it was actually a different one where events are mixed up. That means that even though Keiichi gave the doll to Mion, that didn't solve everything. I thought I was getting lucky. I was confident that everything was going to be okay. I stopped making an effort. I knew that there was a possibility that Satoko's uncle was coming back, but I let her go do the grocery shopping. I would have been more careful and kept her home if I knew he was coming back to get her. I should be careful in my next life. There wouldn't be a next life that was so fortunate. I didn't get lucky that often. Even if I locked Satoko inside the closet, it would be over if Reina's father messed up something, or if Keiichi lost his mind. I have to clear up everything that's not within my reach, and I also have to make the best effort I can. Without that, I can't overcome the fate of 1983. In this life, I may be able to overcome my deadly fate with Takano's help, but Satoko will not be there in my future. That defeats the whole purpose. My goal is to survive this year while laughing with my best friends. I don't want to sacrifice Satoko in order to survive. I don't want to live in a world without her. I was blessed with all those fortunes, but I still couldn't defeat my destiny. I ruined everything because I stopped working so hard. I will never again have a lucky life like this. I lost my first and only chance. Cried and scratched at the floor. I didn't know if I should curse my fate or curse myself for not putting forth enough effort. Before I realized it, Hanyu was standing in front of me. I didn't know how long she had been there. She just stared down at me with a look of pity on her face. Hanyu, I know what you're trying to say. You wanted to tell me that you told me not to get my hopes up. There's no way I want to get my hopes up. It being the first time I was blessed with so many fortunate circumstances. I believed that everything would go well. You were always telling me not to expect too much. She probably felt something strange at the toy store that day. She realized that the date was 1 week off, and this was not the same world that I knew. She had realized early that I still shouldn't be too excited about this life. I've been with you for a long time, so let me tell you this before you ask me. I couldn't predict what fate held for us today either. Advice I can give you is this. Fate in this world is as fickle as the weather, nothing more than a trifle unworthy of joy or sorrow. There are 6 sides on a die. That's the reality of it. Doesn't mean that the 6 is the best number either. I should just take any number that I roll. I shouldn't be disappointed if I roll a 1 or a few times in a row. Pathetic how I thought rolling a 6 was the best result you could obtain. Still have many things to learn. I've been living for more than 100 years. I've told you several times, but this world is not a miracle. Wait patiently. Come across a real miracle someday. How many decades am I supposed to wait patiently? How many centuries do I have to wait? We don't have much power left anymore. I don't think we can go back to a time before June of 1983. The amount of time we can rewind keeps decreasing. You're telling me to just repeat that short amount of time for years. I almost lost my mind when I was repeating a few years over and over again. But you're telling me to repeat 1 or 2 weeks for years, until the miracle happens. That's impossible. It's betting on this world. I bet all of my coins on this one world, and I lost. Lost all of my coins to this fate. No more coins left in my heart. These coins are known as hope. I have no coins left to hope for my dreams to come true.
Rika.
I lay on the floor as if I collapsed. The floor should have been cold, but I didn't feel anything. I lost all of my hope. Ha ha ha. Always thought people could survive as long as they had some bread and water. But that's not right. People can't live without hope. People can survive because they believe that something good will happen to them eventually, as long as they keep on living. But that's just for normal people who don't know what awaits for them in their future. There's no such hope for a witch like me. I don't care about anything anymore. I don't care about this life, and I don't care about the next. I just want to disappear and turn to ash.
Oh, Rika, don't say that. Rika.
His voice gradually fades away, so I lost my senses as I lay down on the kitchen floor and let myself sink into the darkness. Someone call Shion. She's specific. This time she's in. There's other people that could help. Dragged my body to school, hoping that Satoko might be there. Just as I expected, there was no one sitting in our seat. I felt all the more devastated just seeing it empty. I had nothing left to bet on. All I could do was get hurt and suffer devastation. Blood flowed from my broken heart, found its way out through my eyes in the form of tears.
Is something wrong, Furude-san? Is Hojo-san absent today?
The whole class was wondering why I came in late today, and why Satoko wasn't with me. But even if I felt sympathy from Oren's eyes on me, I didn't feel any promise from them. No one here was able to save Satoko. No one. No one could save her. Why should I have to keep smiling at all these useless people? This world is finished anyway. I leave matters alone. Then a few days after the Watanagashi festival, my movie reel will be cut as I'm murdered like usual, and I'll return to the beginning of this month again. So I'll continue to live forever in June 1983. Trapped here. Even death won't set me free from that prison. Please talk to me if something happened. Where is Hojo-san? Is he sick? Shut up. Whole class gasped. No one expected Rika Furude to talk like that. I myself made such blunt statements a few times in several past worlds, but it was always the first time anyone in that world heard anything like that. That must have been very easy for them, and I envied it.
Furude-san.
Jie was standing there dumbfounded. I stood up from my seat. Satoko wasn't around. I didn't want to be locked up inside of this human place. I'm going home. I'm not coming here anymore. Goodbye. Felt like saying something like that. However, I returned the small hope that Satoko might go to school next day, so I kept it to myself. However, Jie wouldn't let me go. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the teacher's office instead. She told me to take a seat on the couch by the principal's office. She had no right to tell me what to do. I could just escape through the open window. As I didn't have that kind of energy, however, I sat on the couch as she told me to. I didn't realize then that I didn't even have the energy to be rebellious. Maybe Satoko felt the same. She lost the energy to rebel, and so she was simply obeying her uncle.
Furude-san, please tell me what's going on. I'm sure I can help you.
Jie spoke to me, but I already knew that her words were empty. All she would do was call the child consultation center. She wouldn't go to the Hojo residence and pull Satoko out of there. So there was no point in even discussing the topic with her. If I told her, she wouldn't keep it to herself, and shortly, everyone would know what was happening with Satoko. That would only result in chaos. If they call the child consultation center, the staff from there will go and visit Satoko. Her uncle will deny the abuse, and Satoko will also deny it because of the guilt she feels over Satoshi leaving. Shortly after, they'll find out about the false reports Satoko made before, and they'll decide to not proceed any further. Her uncle will allow Satoko to go to school for a few days, but his abuse will get worse because he'll think she's the one who's been calling the child consultation center. He'll do horrible things to her, just like her aunt did last year. Calling the child consultation center will not help Satoko. It will instead put her in an even worse situation. It's better not to notify them at all. But if we don't report it, then how else is this world supposed to improve? No, nothing is going to change. There's nothing that can be done once this unfortunate fate overtakes Satoko. You say Haojo-san's uncle is back. Is that true? I had somehow answered all of Chie's questions without noticing. I knew that nothing would change whether I spoke to her or not. So I just told her everything, because I had no energy to rebel. I understand what's going on now. This is horrible. So, you know what's going on, what can you do? She answered right away without faltering, already used to my spiteful tone. I will visit her house today. I need to see Satoko-chan and talk to her first. There's a problem. Going to call the Child Consultation Center, right? They have it on record showing that she made false reports in the past. They'll never do anything unless there's proof of abuse. They're just like the police. They don't start investigations until after someone's dead. They won't do anything unless Satoko is killed. When that happens, this is what both the school and the Child Consultation Center will say. We never saw this coming. She was such a bright girl. You people are idiots. I believe that the people from the center will do something about it. Make sure to tell them that she needs help. You've done the same in previous lives too. I wasn't denying her passion, but I couldn't say that there was meaning to it. The problem wasn't with Chie. The problem was with them. No matter how hard Chie tried to seek help from the child services, it meant nothing as long as they held biased notions about Satoko. Doesn't matter if they find proof of abuse or not. Suddenly heard a voice from the hallway. It was Shion's voice. Oh, thank goodness. He said, "Who's there?" And I heard Mion crest. Crap. Must have been listening to our conversation. They were having a quiet discussion outside the door, but Sion's actually raised her. Good, the one person that's actually... Because, once again, Shion is scary as fuck. She gets so violent sometimes. 4 people entered into the room from the hallway. Mion, Shion, Keiichi, and Arena. I told you to stay in class. Go back to the classroom. We can't, not in this situation. What are you going to do if something happens to Satoko? Do you want to be responsible for that? There's no time to waste. We have to do something right now. My sis is saying that things will get worse unless there's some kind of proof of abuse. But it'll be too late once there is. Do you want to see Satoko dead, Mion? That's not what I'm trying to say. Like I told you, Satoko once made a false report to the abuse hotline, and they have that record at the Child Consultation Center. That proof they won't investigate her case any further. Just think about what that means. Only make her uncle more furious. Satoko's situation will get even worse. What the hell? They're supposed to help her before something happens, right? They're really not going to do anything unless she's seriously injured? Calm down, you two. Feel the same way as Shichan and Keiichi-kun. I don't want to wait until something bad happens. We need to think about what we can do. What can we do? Talk to the Child Consultation Center, right? If we had the guarantee they'd help her, it'd be fine. But Mion, you're saying it's highly likely they'll put her case on hold, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what I think they'll do, just like last year. Top of that, she was in an even worse situation then. They put her case on hold even though Satoko was in horrible shape. But this time, it's only been a day since her uncle took her away. Plus, her uncle has legal custody of her. We don't need to be so roundabout. All we have to do is ambush that bastard and kill him. Shichan, you can't do that. Satoshi want that. Then how should we save Satoko? Satoshi entrusted me. He entrusted me to look after Satoko. If anything happens to Satoko, I could never face him again. Having our hands tied until after Satoko's been thoroughly abused isn't an option. When a crime is taking place right before your eyes, is reporting it the first thing you do? No, it isn't. You stop it. We have to stop this ourselves. Calm down, Shion. You're the head of the Sonosaki family, aren't you? Use your power to save Satoko. You can do it, can't you? You have enough power to save her. I know the Hag's policy is to stay completely out of Haojo affairs because of her grudge over the dam conflict, right? No matter what happens to Satoko, the Sonosaki main branch intends to ignore it, don't they?
Neither Child Consultation Center nor the Sonozaki can save her. I have to do it on my own. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna kill that pig. I'm gonna do it right now. It's not gonna take me more than 1,500 seconds for me to get to her house and stab him to death. What can you do in 1,500 seconds? You can't do anything, can you? I'm going to do it. I'm going to help her. Let me go. I'm gonna kill him right now. Shion-san, settle down. Stop saying that or you're going into big trouble. They were desperately discussing how to save her. I just sat on the couch and stared at them vaguely. I had seen this same discussion many times in many different situations. I was tired of listening to it. The only difference was that everything was happening a few days earlier than usual. Shion's got murder in her eyes. Yeah, and when Shion's got murder in her eyes, she might actually... Chika, it's okay. I'm not going to expect anything good anymore. I don't have any hope left in my heart. Hanyu made a sad expression. Hanyu, you suck at this. Couldn't tell if she was sad about her fate, or if she was taking pity on me. Just as she promised, Chie went to Satoko's house after school. It's only been a day since Satoko's uncle took her anyway. She wouldn't be able to tell if she'd heard her already or not. Students had made a big fuss about it. Chie would have waited a couple days before going to her house. She already knew, however, about what happened to Satoko the previous year. She also knew that her uncle was abusing her just like her aunt, and that he had neglected to act as her guardian for the whole year. Considering those factors, it might not have been too soon for her to visit the Haojo residence. Satoko had shown up in school that day. No one called the school to explain her absence. That alone was proof that her uncle wasn't taking responsibility as her guardian. Chie was going to her house to see what was going on with her own eyes. She parked the car on the street and checked the map she brought from the school. It said Haojo residence on the sign in front of the house. Chie was certain that this had to be the place. The window on the second floor was open, and she could see a curtain hanging there. From that window, she could hear the laughing voices of several old men. No one had answered the phone when she called right before leaving the school. She could also hear the clicking noise of mahjong tiles along with the voices. She had never played mahjong before, but she had a pretty good idea that it was from the way the men were talking. If they were playing mahjong, there must have been 3 other men inside the house. Her students had told her that Satoko's uncle was a very violent man. Chie was a teacher, true, but she was also just a young lady. She felt hesitant to ring the doorbell after hearing their disgusting laughter. But courage drove her forward. She made her decision and rang the doorbell. She heard the bell ring inside the house, but the laughing voices continued to echo from the second floor. Seemed as though they didn't hear the bell. She rang the bell again, and this time the laughter stopped for a moment. Someone must have heard the sound. Soon after, they started laughing again. It didn't sound like anyone was coming to get the door. She thought someone heard the bell, but perhaps not. She was sure they were home, of course. She couldn't just leave because no one was answering the door. She knocked and yelled loudly this time. "Hello? Are you home, Haojo-san?" Finally, the laughter stopped, and a man with a scary look on his face opened the door. "Who the fuck are you?" "Shut up and get the hell out of here." She felt intimidated by him, but her heart was filled with the teacher's pride and responsibility. "Hello, are you Haojo-san? I am..." Before she could introduce herself, Teppei screamed at her. "Just shut up. I don't need no newspaper, no milk, no insurance. I'm busy right now. I'm working." People in the room laughed when he was working. Chie wouldn't give up. She continued to speak. "I'm the teacher at Hinamizawa Branch School. My name is Chie. Is Satoko Haojo-san here?" "Huh? What the hell? What do you want with Satoko?" "I came here because she didn't come to school today. I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened." "Huh? School?" "Yes. Is she home?"
I need to talk with her. This arc is fun in the latest anime. I'll have to I'll have to check out with like the latest more like anime adaptations, because I really after do it after we finish the Fish Forward. I'd be interested to see that. She's sick, that's right. She has a cold. Satoko is resting because she has a fever. I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her? Fucking idiot. Weren't you listening to what I said? Satoko is sick. She's just sleeping right now. I can't let you see her. I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow? Who knows? I won't know until then. You idiot. I see. All right. Please tell her that I came by. Thank you. She bowed, but by the time she lifted up her head, Teppei was no longer there. When Chie returned to the school, several students emerged from the classroom. They were Kiichi, Reina, Mion, and Shion. Rika was also still inside the classroom, but she wouldn't come outside. Chie-sensei, how did it go? You went to Satoko's house, right? You were all waiting for me? Chie-sensei, how was Satoko doing? Was she okay? Well, I didn't get to see her. What the hell were you doing? You're a teacher, right? You came back just because he didn't let you see her? Stop it, Shion. That's about what we expected. I'm sure Satoko has a bruise on her face by now. That's why he didn't want you to see her. You should have just ran into the house. I can't even trust you anymore. I'm sorry. Stop it, Chi-chan. She did the best she could. Now we know for sure. Satoko's uncle definitely has her locked inside the house. We knew that from the start. Rika-chama's been telling you all day now. We wasted half a day just to find out if that's true. How the hell do you think you can help Satoko? Calm down. Let's make a plan. Care about her just as much as you do. We're not going to abandon her. Let's come up with a way to save Satoko. I already gave you my opinion, didn't I? It's the best solution we have. I can handle it all by myself. I only need your help to hide his body. Stop it, Chi-chan. Stop saying such violent things. Murder is a serious crime. It's the worst thing you can even think about. I mean, I could think of worse things, but... Sorry, my Joshua... Sorry, having a Joshua Graham moment. It's only a crime if you get caught. Anyway. Give me a different idea. This channel does not... This channel does not promote the idea of homicide for solving problems. Ahem. Anyway. If my idea was wrong, just give me a different one, even if it's only a little bit better. Come on now. Come on. See, you can't even say anything. I can save Satoko in 1500 seconds. I'll just drag his body to the Onagafuchi swamp and dump him in there. I don't even need your help, sis. What's wrong? Why don't you come up with another idea for saving her? That's not the point. Try to figure it out by yourself. That's all you'll think of. Tell you something. 1500 seconds? That's taking way too long. I would save her within 1000 seconds. If I were you, I'd just leave her silently and do what I want to do. Do you know why I'm not doing that? It's because someone told me once that even if it's the only option you have, murder is still something that you should never do. It's not the right thing to do, and it's never the best thing to do either. You just think it's the best solution because you're not thinking properly. A long time ago, I don't know who told me this, but someone taught it to me. There's something that troubles you. Can't think about it all on your own. Can't think that your own solution is the best way to conclude things.
Should all think about it together. If we all brainstorm, sure she'll come up with a better solution. It's not about whether my idea is wrong or right. Just think about it. Every minute we waste puts Satoko in more danger. Do you hate the Haojo family that much? No one is supposed to help Satoshi and Satoko, no matter how much they're struggling. I'm going to help her. Get out of my way. I'm leaving right now. I'm going to stab that loser and save Satoko. No, Shi-chan. You guys should curse yourselves. Curse your powerlessness. Fine, brainstorm for another idea. You'll never come up with it one. Just go ahead and neglect her. You've never really cared about Satoko. Only think of her as someone you can play with. But I'm different. She's more than just a friend for me. She's like my family. I care about her more than you guys do. I'm gonna kill him now. Goodbye. Wait a minute. What is it? Are you trying to stop me? Shion, you're not understanding even half of what Reina is trying to tell you. What? I totally understand what she's trying to say. We can save her right away with just a little courage needed to murder him. But she's spouting hypocritical garbage to hide that fact. Shion, do you think Satoko would appreciate it if you saved her by committing murder? I'm not trying to seek her appreciation. I don't care what happens to me. Her happiness is all that matters. That's not right. You're talking tough, but I know you're scared. In fact, you asked me on to help you hide the body. In other words, you want to have a normal life after killing her uncle. You want us all to be happy just like a few days ago. You want us to be back where we were. But if you murder him, we'll never be like that again. Do you think you can really commit a perfect crime? You'll be arrested for sure. I'm prepared to face that. If I could end Satoko's suffering by doing time behind bars, I'd gladly pay the price. No, that's absolutely not true. You would curse yourself, and I'd bet on that. You would curse yourself and regret it, wondering how you drew the short straw and became a murderer. Then you'd finally realize what you wanted. It wasn't killing her uncle. It was returning us all to our happy lives. Your wish will never come true if you commit murder. Satoko will also curse herself. She'll blame herself, thinking she's the reason Shion became a murderer. In fact, who's going to force Satoko to eat her squash if you get locked up? Who's going to talk about setting up mean traps with Satoko? You're supposed to do those things. Shion Sonozaki. You have to be by her side at all times. Don't kid yourself. What you're trying to do is not for Satoko. It's just a huge mistake. If that's what you're saying, do you have any idea for how to save her? You don't, do you? You're such a hypocrite. I said move. I'm killing him. I'm going to kill him now. Keiichi blocked her way by standing in front of the door. Shion gave him a hateful glare, but he just sent her back with a confident smile. Shion, I see your point. It's just a shit point. Yeah. Can't let you go, Shion. The world we all long for doesn't exist without you. I'm not going to let you go. Is that so? That means you're siding with Teppei Haojo. You're just as guilty as he is. I'm gonna bust your head open and kill you first. Hey, don't be stupid, Shion. Quit it already. Shion-san, what are you going to do with that chair? Stop it. Put that chair down. Oh, Chie-sensei. He doesn't understand that I'm serious. I have to show him how determined I am. You better get the hell out of my way now. Shion, I admit that right now I have no better idea, but that's just for the moment. I'm sure that we'll come up with a better idea eventually. I guarantee it. I promise you that we're going to save Satoko. So please, okay? Trust your friends. If you're afraid of committing murder for Satoko's sake, you're not my friend anymore. I'm not going to tell you this again. Get the hell out of my way. Calm down and think about what you're saying. We'll save Satoko somehow. Just trust us. Don't try and look for a shortcut. Trust your friends. Trust me. I, Keiichi Maibara, am going to save Satoko for sure. You can bet on it. Shut up. I can't trust you. What do you think you can do for her?
Shion! Shion threw the chair at Keiichi. It hit him hard, and the chair fell to the floor with a loud noise. But Keiichi was unfazed even after being struck. He just stood in front of the exit without even covering his face. Wait, he wasn't unfazed. A trail of blood was pouring from his forehead where the corner of the chair hurt him. Heh, that was nothing. You thought I would move out of the way? I'm not going to move from here even if you kill me. If I let you go, we might never see you again. Satoko will think about you every day, and our heart will be filled with sadness. If that happens, there won't be anything we can do to make her happy. It's going to be a very sad life for her. I don't want Satoko to live in a sad world like that. The future that we want is a wild and riotous one, just like what we had until a few days ago. Of course, I won't let Satoko uncle threaten her any longer. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet, but I will know soon. I promise. So please, just trust me. Shion wasn't yet convinced, but even so, she walked to the window and took her seat. Somebody rested a hand on Keiichi's shoulder. It was the principal. He had been standing there and listening to him for a while. Principal. Well done. Chie-sensei, I heard what's going on. I'm sorry for being so powerless. I know it's only been a day, but I think this is an emergency. Should report this to the proper authorities. But sir, she has called the Child Consultation Center before. They're not going to help her anyway. It's just a waste of time. Shion raised her voice. The principal looked at Shion and started talking. Shion Sonozaki. There's one word that I really don't like. Do you know what that is? It's what you just said. The anyway. That came out of your mouth. That is the cruelest word, which means admitting defeat before you even fight. By the time you've uttered that word, you've already lost your battle. I agree with him. I think we should try various options. Calling the Child Consultation Center should be the first on the list. If that doesn't work, we can try our second and third options. Don't give up before you try. That's just as bad as not helping her at all. Principal, if you're reporting this then, you'll make sure to convince them that Satoko needs saving, right? Of course. Aojo-kun is my precious student. I'll do my best so that we'll save her. Try to take action as quickly as possible. Call now. They should get to our house later tonight. I hope they'll help her. What if they put her case on hold? If that happens, we should come up with our next plan. As long as we don't give up, we can help her somehow. Whatever you guys say, Satoko is getting hurt as we speak. Who's the one abandoning her here? Shion, I just promised you. We're going to save Satoko, not by committing murder, but by saving her in a way that will make her happy. You just watch us. I, Keiichi, am promising you this. She stared out the window without looking at Keiichi's face. I'll try and find out what the consultation center decides tonight. I'll call everyone when I do. I hope they'll take her into custody. We can't be optimistic about this. I think there's a huge chance that they'll put her case on hold. What are we going to do if that happens? If that happens, well, damn it. Chie-sensei, let's go to the teacher's office. We need to make this call. Yes, we need to make sure they really understand. They left the classroom. Keiichi, Rei, and Mion got together and discussed other options. Shion was looking down and crying. Rika was just vaguely looking at them as if staring at a boring TV drama. Nothing will change. The Child Consultation Center will put her case on hold. I've seen it so many times in previous lives. I almost hope that they will take her into custody just this once. But I have no more coin to gamble on a hope like that. Previous life, Keiichi killed Satoko's uncle, but Shion was not there when that happened. She is. I suppose she's the one who takes on that role. Their pathetic hopes will be crushed by tomorrow morning. The social worker will be at our house tonight.
Satoko will deny that she's being abused. Her uncle will assume that she was the one who called the surface and she'll abuse her even more. She'll come to school tomorrow because he doesn't want the child consultation center to be suspicious of him. We'll feel more and more hopeless when we see the dead look in Satoko's eyes. I've been living for more than 100 years, but I've never defeated this fate, the fate of her uncle's return. I was blessed with so much luck, and I thought I could defeat it this time, but in the end, it all came down to the same thing. It was a waste of energy to put in any effort. It was worthless. All worthless. The more I thought about this inescapable fate, the more I pitied these people for talking endlessly about how they were going to save Satoko.
It's a chapter.
What's the tip? Wet blanket. Oh, God. Teppei returned to Hinmizawa to escape some trouble. He'd have to stay there for the rest of the summer, perhaps the whole year, and see what happened. For him. The house in Hinmizawa was like a rather dull hiding place. His lover, Rina, had suddenly disappeared. Rumors told him she was involved with some dangerous deal. Some source even told him that she had already been caught and killed. Everyone he knew was aware that Rina was living with him. Everyone also assumed that he knew everything about what Rina did. They were convinced that he got money by tricking her into doing something, and as a result, some dangerous men came after him. That made it difficult for him to stay in Okinomiya. More than anything, it pissed him off to find out that Rina was cooking up something behind his back with some other guys. Hinamizawa was about the only place he could go. He couldn't go back to the house where he used to live with his wife, as it had been abandoned since he moved into Satoko's house. Besides, he didn't have the key to his old place. But if he went to Satoko's house, she should still be there, and she could clean and cook for him too. Teppei didn't know how to cook or clean, and he certainly wasn't thinking of learning. Rina had often been rebellious towards Teppei. He had often said that he wanted to be with someone more loyal like a pet. For Teppei, Satoko was exactly what he wanted. As Satoko was still a little kid, she can't satisfy him sexually, but he can at least make her wash his back in the bath. Satoko's dead mother used to be a pretty woman. Satoko might grow up to be a pretty lady herself in about 4 or 5 years. Teppei headed back to Himizawa with those indecent thoughts in his head. The house was locked, so he assumed that she was at the market for grocery shopping. He found her at the store and dragged her back home. However, the house was full of dust. She'd been living at her friend's house for the past year, and the house had been abandoned. Teppei exploded in anger. He told her that it was her responsibility to keep the house in order. He beat her and kicked her down to the floor. Eventually, Satoko's expression returned to what he remembered from 1982. Satoko started obeying him immediately and cleaned up the house. A new place to hide with a new girl. His new life was starting out pretty good. Teppei called his buddy to show off his new beginning, and ended up playing mahjong with them. He bragged about his new pet, and made her serve them food and drinks. He told her to walk on all fours like a real pet. She refused, but she obeyed immediately when he tried to hit her. Everyone was laughing, and they were all jealous of him. Teppei felt really good about himself. However, someone arrived to interrupt his perfect life. "I'm a teacher from the Himizawa branch school. My name is Chie. Satoko Haujo's there." He thought someone was at his door to sell insurance or someone, but it was a school teacher. Huh? What the hell? What do you want with Satoko? Came here because she didn't come to school today. I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened. Huh? School. Yes. Is she home? I need to talk with her. She's sick. That's right, she has a cold. Satoko is resting because she has a fever. I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her? Idiot, weren't you listening to what I said? Satoko is sick. She's sleeping right now. I can't let you see her. This was going to cause him problems, Teppei realized.
Satoko was just a pet for him, and he had no intention of sending her to school. But her teacher had shown up at his house just because she missed one day. This wasn't good. Teppei hates schools, and he really hates teachers. I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow? Who knows? I won't know until tomorrow. You idiot. I see. All right. Please tell her that I came by. Thank you. He was able to get rid of the teacher. It would create more problems if he didn't send Satoko to school tomorrow. Teppei didn't need even more trouble on his place. That meant he couldn't beat up Satoko like he wanted to. Violence was the only way he knew how to communicate. That out of the picture, it was very difficult for him. He wanted to beat up Satoko, but that would leave evidence on her body. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to send her to school. And if she didn't go to school, that teacher would show up at his doorstep again. Shit. On top of all that, the child consultant center paid a visit to his house that night. The teacher must have filed a report. That bitch, Teppei thought. Next time I'll beat her in the face so hard she'll need plastic surgery. Since Satoko was afraid of him, she pretended she really was sick when the social worker visited. It was so easy for Teppei to control her. He considered Satoko to be a convenient pet, but at the same time, he needed to be careful of the consultation center. Fucking hell, this isn't gonna work at all. Fuck it, we're gonna continue. I have to know what's going on, okay? I can't leave it like this. I have to... Not saying we'll finish the next chapter, but I at least have to get a little bit before, like, I freaking hate this where it's lighting off. I have to know. Damn it. Why did you do that? It's about what I expected. Mian called me in the middle of the night. The social worker went to Satoko's house tonight after getting a call from the school. They had a talk with Satoko and her uncle. He told them that Satoko didn't go to school today because of a cold. He also claimed he didn't call the school because he didn't have the number. He explained that he spoke with Chie-sensei politely, and that she just misunderstood his behavior. Satoko didn't really talk, but she never denied what her uncle was saying. So she said there's no abuse and that she doesn't need any help? Yes. Satoko always thought that her brother disappeared because she kept relying on him. That's why. She thinks she needs to handle it on her own without seeking anyone's help? That's ridiculous. According to the social worker, she didn't have any obvious injuries, so they think this isn't an urgent case. Seemed that she's being fed, and she has a place to sleep too. Shouldn't that be a given? Are you saying it's not abuse as long as she has something to eat and somewhere to sleep? That's how they view it, at least. Some cases, people refuse to even let the social worker come inside the house. Just because they were able to talk with her uncle tonight, they determined that it wasn't urgent. So after all that, they put her case on hold. I bet Shion is disappointed. Yeah, just like how Satoko refuses to seek anyone's help because of Satoshi, Shion is also trying desperately to save Satoko because of him. She seems calm now, though, even though she's very upset. I know this isn't the time for complaining. Where the hell did Satoshi go? His sister is in danger. I have no idea where he is. I know. I'm sorry. I was hoping that he would save her if he came back. But it's a waste of time to think about that. I can't hope for somebody else to save her. We're the ones who will. That's right. We have to do what we can. I'm impressed with the power of the Sonozaki family, though. We have information from the social worker already.
You must have a spy in the center. That's a national secret. So, you know someone who knows a lot about the center. Did they give you an idea of what we should do next? Well, I was advised to just stay calm and see what happens. What the hell? Did you talk to them about the situation she's in right now? Her uncle is locking her up and he's abusing her. What, should we just kick back and see what happens? Well, Kei-chan, this is not my opinion, okay? I'm just telling you what I was told by my contact. See, it is true that Satoko didn't show up at school today, but it's just one day. It's not like she's been absent for weeks or months. We can't really deny the possibility that she has a cold. But she's being abused. You're saying that we should stay calm while she's being physically and emotionally harmed? Wait a minute, Kei-chan, that's the whole point. We're concerned because we know what happened to her last year, but she wasn't hurt yesterday or today. We can't really prove if she's being abused or not. She may not have a bruise in her body yet, but it's only a matter of time. Besides, isn't abuse to force her to come back and live with them? Remember what we were talking about at school. It's normal for a legal guardian to take in the child under their custody. We can't definitely say that it's abuse yet. We have to do something before it happens. Question. Wouldn't kind of a different way of doing is if, you know, Teppei ended up in jail for something. Like, there's no way he didn't do anything illegal while he was out gallivanting for a year. Okay? Alright, we know he was involved in doing other scams, so... You know, if he gets in jail, as long as he's thrown in jail, it's fine. It means he's out of the picture, and that's all that matters. And he's not dead, so that should be... I mean, the police can have a close eye on him while he's in jail if they're worried about him getting murdered or something. I'm just saying. Seems to solve a lot of things. But anyway, we have to do something before it happens. Sorry for yelling at you. I knew that wasn't Mion's opinion, but it felt like she was telling me that, and I raised my voice. When I sensed her dismay, I quickly apologized. I explained to my contact what happened to Satoko last year. But last year's case was resolved by waiting it out, too. Last year's abuse only stopped because of the fourth curse, right? It's not like the Child Consultation Center resolved it. Still, either way, both last year and now, the Child Consultation Center doesn't think her case warrants that much emergency. Seems our opponent this time is that difference in urgency between us and them. I see. So we've done what we can. Now we need to come up with a plan B. We should have a meeting tomorrow with all the fearless members of our club. We've gone through worse than this before. We'll save her for sure. Yeah. As he spoke, I felt less angry about the decision that the Child Consultation Center made. It was something we expected anyway. I was being emotional for a while, but Mion wasn't taking it personally. She's usually a tough person, but I know that she feels very weak when something like this happens. I have to be careful to not get too emotional with her. Our enemy was Teppei. I couldn't yell at my friends just because I was frustrated. I almost forget sometimes that but Mion is a girl. There's no way yelling at her without cause wouldn't hurt her. I think I have a tendency to lash out with my emotions sometimes. I definitely need to rein in that bad habit, especially during emergencies like this. All I could do by myself was probably the same thing Shion was suggesting earlier. But I knew it wouldn't make Satoko happy. We club members are fearless, but the power I possess is the smallest among all of us. That's why I needed to communicate with them. If we united, we would be able to come up with a better plan. I couldn't think of a plan all by myself. 3 heads are better than 1. We would definitely figure something out. I'm going to call Rika-chan now. Will you call Reina? Sure. Reina was a good match for Shion today. She impressed me a lot. She's tough when push comes to shove. So Reina is always reliable when we're in trouble. But you impressed me too, Kei-chan. You're kinda cool today. I just kinda feel embarrassed now. That speech was a little corny, huh? I'm hanging up now. Sure Reina's waiting. Give her a call, okay? Yep. Say hi to Rika-chan. I think she's been hurt the most by all this. Rika-chan was looking at the ground with a depressed look on her face all day. My chest hurt just remembering it. It must be even more painful to look at Satoko. Mion hung up the phone. I also hung up, then called Reina. She picked up the phone after one ring, which surprised me. Hello, Reina? You were waiting for the call, huh? Yes. I called you, but it was busy, so I didn't know what to do. You called me when I was talking with Mion. She's calling Rika-chan right now. She told me to call you. Let me explain to you what happened. Is the case on hold? Yeah. Unfortunately. Really upset. That's what we expected. I can guess what they said. It's only been a day, so there's nothing definite. She may have missed school, because she really had a cold today. Plus, she doesn't have any obvious injuries. Is my guess right? Did you put a bug on my phone? Yeah, you got it exactly right. It's total bullshit. It's only been a day is such a horrible phrase, isn't it? Especially since it'll be too late after he really hurts her. If he really does, then Satoko's injuries will be plain for everyone to see. But if that happens, her uncle will never let any social worker see her. And then they'll just say they couldn't find any signs of abuse, and go back to waiting again. It's such a huge contradiction, isn't it? Apparently, they need court approval to force entry, but applying for that isn't easy. So while social workers may be supposed to have great legal power, in reality, their hands are tied, and they can't act if the family turns them away. They're not the police. They're not the ones who storm in, even if they have to break windows to do so. Damn it. Then who does have the right to break those windows? If we did, I'd smash them wide open. Anyway, they're not serious about this case. They have no idea what will happen to Satoko if we don't do anything about it. I'm impressed. Wait, why? You just moved to the village not too long ago. You've only known her for just a few months, but you're so serious about saving her. Don't even know what happened to her last year. You can imagine how hurt Satoko-chan is right now. If you were an ordinary person, I'm sure that you'd tell us. Just relax, it's only been a day. It's not that difficult to imagine how horrible it is for her. I also heard from you guys how terrible it was last year. It's no question that this case requires immediate attention. It's still impressive. Stopped Shichan when she tried to leave the classroom. What you said there was pretty deep. Do you think Satoko would appreciate it? You saved her by committing murder? It's not something an average boy would say. In fact, sorry, but I thought you were going to say something like what Shichan suggested. That's our Reina. She saw right through me to the core. To be honest, I was able to keep my calm because Shion caused that commotion. I too thought our only option was to kill him. What's there to hesitate about? Everything would be resolved if we went over there and killed her uncle right away. I thought those same things myself. And then I thought about how I would actually kill him. First I'd assault him with a metal bat or something. But before that, I would scope out his house and dig the hole to bury his body in ahead of time. When I imagined it, I envisioned myself actually digging the hole with a camping shovel in the woods. I repeated, "This is for Satoko, this is for Satoko" in my mind like a mantra, trying to forget the weight of the murder ahead. I relived that. Exhaustion and frustration. I could very clearly imagine myself standing there soaking with sweat and covered in mosquito bites. Then I'm sure I'd call her uncle or something to lure him out of the house and bludgeon him to death. Then I repeated my mantra, "This is for Satoko, this is for Satoko," blaming her for that serious crime as I tried to avoid my own guilt over committing murder. Did Satoko ask me to do that? Am I going to blame it all on her because I committed murder? Would she appreciate that? No, she wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to tell anyone that I had killed someone. No one would appreciate my deed, and I'd have to carry that burden for the rest of my life. That pathetic future is one I couldn't have imagined in the rush I felt before carrying out the murder. I decided to kill him so I could return us to happier times,
but the act of murder also meant shattering the thin path that could lead us back there. I was able to imagine it that far ahead. That's why I didn't say it out loud like Shion did. If I hadn't thought that far, I probably would have joined Shion in shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Huh. Would have been really hopeless if you had done that. Glad you have such a vivid imagination, I'm glad. Is that really just my imagination, though? Did I imagine killing her uncle in my mind? Could imagination alone really be that vivid? I could smell the earth, taste the scattered dirt flying into my mouth, see the pebbles scattered as I shoved my shovel down, and hear the roots cracking from under its weight. The image was so real, felt more like I had actually done it in the past. That's right. It's important to imagine the consequences. Right. You don't want to grow up with no imagination. I think you'll grow up to be a calm, reasonable adult, Keiichi-kun. I wonder if that was only my imagination. I feel like I've been through a different life before. People with good imaginations can take a look at every possibility. If you really feel like you saw the future, I think it wasn't just your imagination. You saw a possible future that could have happened. In that imaginary world, the Child Consultation Center put her case on hold too. Satoko came back to school for a while, but she broke after only a few days. Satoko was bearing the abuse, but even something small would be enough to break her. Just like an old bowl that has a crack in it. One day that crack will eventually widen and the bowl will shatter. My imaginary world, Satoko, broke when I rubbed her head. She thought my hand was her uncle's hand. She pushed me away and hid behind the curtain and cried out for a brother, saying, "Nini, Nini." Who told you that she called her brother Nini? Huh? I don't know. I guess someone did. That's what she calls Satoshi, right? Anyway, it was devastating to hear her cry like that. I wanted to comfort her, but I couldn't even get close. She cried more as I walked closer to her, because she thought I was her uncle. You're amazing, Keiichi-kun. Can't believe that was only your imagination. That's exactly how Satoko-chan was last year. I remember it clearly, but it's impressive how you can imagine it, since you've only been here for a few months. You really are amazing. That explains why you feel the same urgency we do. So you feel the same way I do? Yes. I can't imagine as clearly as you have, but I think Satoko-chan will break in a few days if we don't do anything about this. I think she will hide behind the curtain and scream for Nini. That's when we'll finally realize something. It's not a crime to be powerless. It's a crime to do nothing. Huh? It's only my imagination, but I'm crying as though it's happening right in front of me. Reina can also sense how urgently we need to save Satoko. Not everybody feels that way, though. My friends all do. But they're special. And normal people like those at the Child Consultation Center see us as overreacting. They have a point, though. Don't really have anything to say back to them if they're going to claim it's only been one day. It's like getting a cold. Doctors always say, let's see what happens for a couple of days. Reina, I think we should trust our instincts. We have no time to spare. We have to save Satoko now. Yes. If I can't come up with a good idea on our own, together we can accomplish anything. I was down and depressed before. Someone told me the same thing. I think now is the time to come together and show people what we can do. Oh, hello, Shooty. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. Also, the answer is no. Yeah, I don't know who told you that. That's exactly how I feel. It was strange. I've had this feeling ever since Reina told me this story at school. Felt like I too once learned a lesson after some event. But Reina and I only met recently. I guess it's just a coincidence. Anyway, I was so lonely inside of my imagination. I thought it was stupid for them to only sit and think about how they could save Satoko, and I made a selfish decision. But I eventually learned, just like Reina did. You'll never come up with anything good by worrying about something on your own. You'll have to talk to your friends. That way, they will help you reach the best possible solution.
You said something when you stood in Chi-chan's way today. Told her to trust you. Said you didn't have any idea yet, that you could find one soon. I'm going to trust you. I believe that you'll come up with the best solution. Don't just rely on me. You can give me ideas if you have any. Oh, that's not what I meant. I have faith in my friends at all times. I'm going to trust us. I know that we can save Satoko-chan. We're not going to use a shortcut. That's right. We'll save her from this mess. Keep on believing. I believe in us too. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. I will never think I'm the only one who's trying to save her. I believe that all of us feel the same way. Let's have a meeting tomorrow. Chie-sensei might have new information too. We may not be able to come up with a good idea right away, but she might have something. Yeah, you're right. I know that there's always another option. That's right. Not going to give up. There's a better way. I'm sure there is. May not find it right away, but we'll never give up. Never. Mion praised her for it too, but Reina really is strong in a crisis. I got a little emotional when I was talking with Mion, but Reina was different. Her fire is quiet and blue, so at first glance, it seems lesser than my bright red, roaring blaze. But the truth is the opposite. Blue flames burn far hotter. As I spoke with Reina, I felt my useless wild energy calming down so I could rationally search for the best solution. Through that, I felt Reina's strength, though apparently, Reina felt similarly about me. When I'm talking with you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. So strong and reliable. Feel more courageous when I talk with you. I feel more confident that we can save Satoko-chan. I get calmness from you, and you get confidence from me. We balance each other out like that, huh? We're a good combination. Mie-chan has a lot of power as a member of the Sonozaki family, but she has a very frail heart. But I believe that you and I can support her. That's right. We have nothing to be scared of. Yeah, I agree. Talking to Reina made me feel very confident. If I can share that confidence with my friends, I'll never feel down and miserable ever again. I'm going to give my power to the other club members so we can fight even harder. Rika-chan is really depressed right now. She lost her will to fight, but I'm sure she'll get that will back when she sees us working hard. You're right. Once she gets her willpower back, nothing can stop us. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's talk about our plan and involve the principal too. We should get advice from as many people as we can. Let's find the best possible solution. That's the best thing we can do right now. Yeah. I got off the phone with Reina. That was a pretty passionate conversation we were having. It's unfortunate that the Child Consultation Center came to the conclusion they did. But if they could still decide to wait and see, then that proved that Satoko was still safe for now. We are no more than children. Worrying about it too much won't cause us to come up with any good ideas. Murder isn't a real solution, but I had to admit, I thought about it once. It's easy to burn up and rage. However, I'd have to stay calm like Reina. She was still burning up very calmly with a blue and quiet flame. I'd never seen anything like that before. Keiichi, go take a bath already, hurry up. I heard my mom speaking to me. You can go ahead of me, Ma. I need more time to think about what to do with Satoko. Everyone else was probably doing the same. You should go first. There's bath salt from real hot springs in there. Feels really good on your skin. I don't think there's bath salt in real hot springs. Milkshakes so good after a bath. My dad seemed to be in a good mood, but he probably finished his work. He's as scary as a bear when he has artist block. Maybe my parents could help with an idea. They're the closest adults to me, after all. Should I talk to them? Stupid question. I had no reason not to. I'll have to talk with them and seek some advice. Dad, I have something I'd want to talk to you about. Huh? Well, what's this? Is it about the auction at the coming festival? You have my full support. Speaking of which, when is the next festival committee meeting? They called me to participate too. I'll have to mark my calendar. Oh, it's not about that. My classmate is in trouble. As I talked about Satoko, my mom joined us and listened as well. My dad is a strange artist, but my mom is a normal person with common sense. She might be able to help. I just got a call and found out that they put her case on hold. We're wondering what we should do now. They already called the Child Consultation Center, so you should let them take care of it. But she was being abused last year too, right? I don't know how bad it was, but I think it's wrong for him. To force her out to move out of her friend's place. He was neglecting her for a year after all. We can't just wait and see what happens just because the consultation center said to. We're friends, so we want to be more aggressive about saving her. We have no idea how we can do that. Keiichi, don't even think about attacking him. I'm not. I wouldn't talk to you guys if that was on my mind. That's true. Thought you might ask us how to commit a perfect crime. Hey, I would never ask my parents something like that, I think. Keiichi, you're right. There are many battles in this world, but it's always important that you follow the rules. People won't help you if you're going to break them, and they won't respect you either. To fight according to the rules. Are there even rules for battles? Well, anyway, do you have any ideas? My parents have been alive for more than twice as long as me. They must have had some experience with things like this. They must have many good ideas. At least that's what I thought. You thought wrong, but they crossed their arms and went silent. Calling the Child Consultation Center is the first thing you do. But what do you do if that doesn't work? Do you think we can even rely on the law? Do you think the police won't do anything until Satoko is seriously injured? Oh, those poor, sweet summer children. I think you have to make an appeal. Appeal? What, you mean sue him? That's not it. Child Consultation Center is supposed to take care of child abuse cases. But if you're unsatisfied with the decision they make an appeal to the court? Keiichi, you go to court when you can't resolve an issue with the person you're dealing with. It's the final place you go to. You want the Child Consultation Center to protect Satoko-chan, right? But they made a decision that you disagree with. And we need to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. If we're unsatisfied with the decision they made, we can simply go and tell them that. We need to go there and explain to him how serious this case is. That sounds good. They have no idea what situation Satoko-chan is in right now. Since they're misunderstanding what's going on, we have to go and make it clear. I see. That's the best approach. I don't know about that. I've heard that they never change their decisions once made. Might be just a waste of time. We don't know that until we try. Giving up before even trying is what losers do. We have to try everything we can. Remember what the principal said. We'll fail if we give up before even trying. Shion, your fire is blazing bright red, ready to do whatever it takes. Even if that's acting hasty to save Satoko. But truly, hot fire is blue and calm. Don't give up. We should do everything we can. What do you think, Chie-sensei? Am I wrong? No. You're not saying anything wrong. Calm down a lot. I was concerned for you because I thought you might come up with the idea to attack him in the dark. That's what my mom was saying. Is that how people perceive me? I thought we should wait and see what happens. But after hearing everything all of you said, thinking about what happened last year, I now understand that this is an emergency situation. Now you do? People can change their minds if you're persuasive enough. Child Consultation Center might change their mind too. They might reverse their decision if you succeed in making an appeal. What do you think, Shi-chan? You should fight with us, rather than thinking about it alone. I'm not feeling lonely. I'm not sad because I'm all alone. You do sound awfully sad, actually. Maybe you do want to join us? Whatever. Fine then. Let's just go to the Child Consultation Center. I'm gonna punch them in their faces if they don't do something. That's not a good idea, but I feel your passion now. I guess you've calmed down after getting some sleep. I'm just serious about this is all. Anyway, let's go and make it happen. I know where the Child Consultation Center is. We should turn that into a drinking game. Every time they say Child Consultation Center, we take a sip. We'll all drown. Mion grinned and showed us the location on a city guidebook. She's really prepared for this. The office is open till 5:15. Don't try and pick a fight with them. We have to stay calm. What? Are you talking to me, sis? Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Who do you think I am? I'll cry if I have to. Our goal is to make them change their mind. That's it, Shi-chan. I think we can make it if we leave right now. I'm off to bed. Have a great night. Oh, you too. You have a lovely sleep, Sophie. Thank you very much for coming by. Yeah, I'll be uploading this to... There, of course, will be the VOD, and I'll also be uploading this to YouTube after the stream, so... They're probably not going to go on for... No, I'm probably not going to... They're going to go on for much longer. Headgum, it's already that... Okay. Actually, I think we're probably going to have to call it... I at least know... I at least feel better that I know that they're like... They're going to call they have a plan. They're going to place this... The music is... going different, and it sounds... more like... serious, but not the like serious of like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna help, we got a plan, we're planning. Productive planning, as opposed to the I'm gonna head out. Okay. So I guess alright. Right when they're leaving us, we'll call it, because otherwise it'll be like weird. Past 3 o'clock. Make it before they close if we rush there on our bikes. They're strict about time, aren't they? They might kick us out as soon as it's time to close. The door will close on time. Once we're inside, they'll never kick us out. Listen, make sure you don't give in when negotiating with these officials. Officials are surprisingly tough, but unlike private citizens, they're not allowed to end the discussion on their own. So when you feel like you can't get anywhere by continuing the discussion, don't give in. You have to dig deep and make sure they listen to everything we have to say. How do you know all that, Michan? Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Who do you think I am? I represent Oryo Sonozaki, member of the mayor's social gathering and the local government monitoring committee. I speak to government officials all the time. Hey Mion, is it possible to save her using the influence of the Sonozaki family? Well, not if I have to go through Granny. Ugh. It's impossible to get help from her. Her mind's still stuck in the dam conflict. 100 million with one spirit, stuff like that. She hates the Haojo family to this day. You're talking about Satoko's parents who were for the dam project. I've never met your grandma, but she needs to learn how to forgive. It's a thing of the past now. Exactly. I agree with you, Kei-chan. So the Sonozaki family can't do anything about it? Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry. Old people are so stubborn. They cherish Rika-chan, but they don't care about Satoko. That's horrible. I can't forgive Satoko's uncle for aggressively abusing her, but I'm not about to forgive other people for quietly abusing her either. Tell those people not to piss off Keiji Maibara. Haha, I'll do that. Shall we go now? We have no time to waste. All right, we better hurry. Let's get going. Do you want to come with us, Rika-chan? Let's go. Marina spoke to Rika-chan, who had been avoiding all conversation. She seemed to have given up all hope yesterday. It was so painful to see her so depressed. It's just a waste of time anyway. You have to stop saying anyway. You don't know if it's just a waste of time, not unless we try. People did everything you could in your previous lives, but you never found a way to save her. You think this time will be different? Sometimes I really had no idea what she was saying. All I could do is tell that she was being negative about the situation. Have you tried going to the child consultation center already? Then we should try. Satoko-chan is important to you, isn't she? You have to try and see what happens. I'm sure Satoko-chan needs your help right now. This world is going to end soon anyway. What's wrong? We have to hurry up. Rikachama doesn't seem to be interested. So much for friends. She's so close to Satoko, but she won't even get off her butt to save her. I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. You used to hate her so much. Hehe. What? Is your brain working all right? Why would I hate Satoko? Never mind. Fine, I'll come with you people. I have nothing to do at home but drink until I pass out anyway. You're pissing me off. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Stop it, Chi-chan. Stop it too, Rika-chan. Let's get together and save Satoko-chan. Sure, we can make a miracle happen if we work together. We need everyone to come together. We can't leave any one of us behind. We need you too, Rika-chan. Something that Reina said must have given Rika-chan motivation. Could see a slight sparkle in her eyes. It's because she said miracle, right? Reina had said something interesting. She said that we could make a miracle happen. It's the same thing I said when this world began. That time, I said I could make a miracle happen, but I didn't say how. But Reina just clearly stated that. We can make a miracle happen if we work together. Yes, miracle can happen when we work together. And what if there is no miracle? That means we haven't tried hard enough. If we all do the best we can, a miracle will happen for sure. That's true. Ryuko-san is right. People get stronger when they help each other. You can overcome any obstacle when everyone works together. Yup. Himizawa was fated to be submerged underwater, but 2,000 people got together and brought an end to that destiny. Bring an end to destiny. As villagers of Himizawa, we all know that miracles do happen. We'll win if we work hard together. I think you have no choice but to come with us now, Rika-chama. If you don't come, a miracle won't occur. Your absence will prevent it from happening. So it's going to be my fault. That's interesting. Miracle is something that we can make happen. We need everyone's power to make that come true. Destiny can be defeated. Fate can be escaped from. This can happen with a miracle. A miracle can happen if we unite. Reina told me yesterday, you'll never come up with a solution if you think about everything by yourself. We have to talk this out together. Don't let fate get the better of you. It's as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. How can he say that, without knowing how stubborn fate can be? To me, a witch trapped within fate. For some reason, his words sounded very persuasive. He easily changed my fate to play the fishing game. My previous life, Keiichi saved Reina from her devastating fate. As fragile as a thin sheet of paper. He's saying that the world I've been struggling in for 100 years is that easy to change. Keiichi had made a fool out of me. Interesting. I'll go with you. That's more like you, Rika-chan. Oh, Rika, are you sure? Hanyu looked at me with concern. She wanted to warn me that I'll get hurt if I expect too much. I don't have any coins left to bet. I don't have anything to lose. This world is ending soon anyway. But it was the same in my previous life. I thought I was lost when Reina took over the school. But Keiichi turned everything around. He's saying that fate is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. I've given up this world anyway, but I'm interested. Fate will betray you anyway. I'll get hurt as I see it happen to you. Hanyu, shut up. Go away. Go shoot. Don't worry. I'm not going to get depressed anymore. I have no tears left to shed. I know that they can't save Satoko no matter what happens. That's why I'm doing this. It's the first time we've ever gone to the Child Consultation Center. Keiichi can't make any miracles happen.
Hanyo spoke to me in a stern voice. Miracles are called miracles because they don't happen easily. If it can happen at any time, it's not a miracle. It's just something that was meant to be. I'm not expecting anything. Just interested. I'm curious how Keiichi is going to make his move after seeing how easily he can change fate. Rika, please don't hurt yourself anymore. That's none of your business. Get out of here. I wasn't expecting anything. I was just trying to enjoy my last week alive, like watching a TV show. I admit, I was possessed by a strange feeling. It was a little bit exhilarating. I was nervous as if anticipating something. I felt the same way when Keiichi remembered the memories from the past in my previous life. I didn't have any coins left to make a bet, but I knew what this feeling meant. If I had a coin left in my heart, I would bet everything on this feeling. If it doesn't work out after every option, we'll have no choice but to give up. There's no need for us to give up. Satoko was going to be saved. You had better prepare a clean blanket for Satoko. She's coming back to you soon, and I'd feel bad if she didn't have a soft bed waiting for her. I like that, Keiichi. Well then, let's go. You might tear apart fate like a thin sheet of paper after all. Yeah. Right now I feel like I could take on the ruler of hell. I'm going to make them change their decision. I stood up from my seat. Keiichi is a very good speaker. That's why I never get bored with him. I've been with him for 100 years, but he still keeps me entertained. We're going to the Child Consultation Center now. You want to come with us, Chie-sensei? I'm going to talk to the Board of Education. They're under the same branch of government as the Child Consultation Center. It might help if I talk to them. After all, I'm working for the public too. That's true. They might listen to what you say. Let's have her take care of that while we take care of our business. Let's fight them. All right. Let's go, everybody. Yeah. Everyone, even knowing that everything is doomed, part of me felt like something good might happen. Hanyu told me that it was only a waste of time. I felt the same way until a few minutes ago. But I had become much more interested. I had no idea what would happen. I wanted to see how Keiichi was planning to defeat this destiny. I raised my fist in the air along with them and hurried to the exit. As for Satoko, she didn't come to school again today. Teppei called the school and told them that she still has a fever. He said that he's going to keep her home for a few days until she gets better. She said that she thinks Teppei knows she called the Child Consultation Center. He must be worried that Satoko will rat him out if he lets her go to school. I don't want to think about it, but it's possible that Satoko has visible bruises by now. That could also be why he won't let her go to school. But thank you for the food check. Everything was happening much earlier. Satoko's situation was worsening earlier than it did in my previous lives. Okay, that we're definitely gonna have to stop. But I at least feel...
It's a beautiful day and I can't stop myself from smiling. If we're drinking, then I'm buying. And I know there's no denying. Daddy! It's a beautiful day. You're dead, girl. Daddy did it.
Not quite that yet, but we're... Yeah. All right. But yeah, so means we're gonna be picking this up on Thursday. We'll get there. Yeah, it's just We've got one, we got a whole volume left to go after this. There's the 5 volume next time. The, like, 9th volume is really, like, bonus stories and stuff like that. So just sort of, like, extra bits, which we'll do that one too, of course, but... Anyhow. It's been fun, so I'll definitely look forward to next time. And I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for coming by and staying with me to enjoy that.